I should have.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Barclays Center for the 2026 NBA Draft. Let's meet this year's draft class. The SEC Player of the Year and Freshman of the Year from Arkansas, Darius Acuff Jr. He is an all-SEC freshman team selection from Tennessee, Ament. An all-Big 12 first-team selection out of Texas Tech, Christian Anderson Jr. The National College Player of the Year and ACC Rookie of the Year from Duke, Veesaar. He's a smooth shooting guard out of Louisville, Mikel Jr. An all Big 12 first team selection out of Arizona, Brayden. Burries. One of the Big 12's most productive scorers from Baylor, Henri. He's a dynamic force in the paint out of Houston, Keaton Jr. This star-studded draft class continues with, he's the nation's leading college scorer and an All-America first-team selection from BYU, Dybantsa Jr. This lightning-quick guard from Duke is one of the ACC's premier scorers, Isaiah Evans. This Houston guard is recognized for his defensive intensity and instincts. Kingston Flemings. The WCC Freshman and Sixth Man of the Year from Santa Clara, Graves. This relentless rebounder was a vital piece of Michigan's national championship run. Morez Jr. A two-and-all playmaker. He is the Big Ten Player of the Year from Michigan, Yaxel Lendeborg. A versatile defender from the New Zealand Breakers, Kareem Lopez. From Michigan, he is the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, Aday. Rounding out this group of future stars, the ACC scoring champion and all-ACC team pick out of Stanford, Ebuka Okorie. He's a powerful guard out of Kansas and an all-Big 12 all-freshman team selection, Darryn Peterson. An all-SEC first selection, an elite scorer out of Alabama, Darryn Jr. He is the nation's leading rebounder and one of the Big Ten's top freshmen, Steinbach. This high IQ floor general is a polished shooter with deep range from Iowa, Bennett Stirtz. This former Xavier standout is an accomplished multi-positional wing, Dailyn Swain. He's the Big Ten Freshman of the Year from Illinois, Keaton Wagler. A dominant rebounder and defender from North Carolina, Let's hear it one more time for this year's draft class. The future starts here.
I really love all the smiles, the joy, the childish almost excitement that we get to see from these young men, because this is something that they have dreamt about their entire lives, and now we are on the precipice and we get to play a very small part in it. I do want to mention, for any fans at home who maybe were confused when AJ Dybantsa was introduced as Anise Dybantsa, it was important to him that he represents his father, he's a junior, and his name in full tonight. So when you hear his name called, whether that is number 1, number 2, wherever he goes in this draft tonight, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver will be saying his full name, Anise Dybantsa, as AJ has his moment here. We're just a couple of minutes, Jay, from the draft beginning. You've been a part of so many of these, and each one of them is incredibly special. On the scale of bold to lukewarm predictions, you can make any of them, but what are you looking toward tonight?
You know, this draft has been interesting for so many reasons, but it seems like for months now it's almost been slotted. And I think we're going to get surprised by a number of the picks tonight, which I'm kind of looking forward to. And to Bobby's point earlier about the guards, when we get to 5, like who's going to break up that party? Is it going to be a Daimara of Michigan? Or another guy that I think could do that is Morez Johnson Jr. of Michigan. A guy that could go higher than we expect is Cameron Carr of Baylor, and then Nate Ament of Tennessee. You know, those guys could go in a range, but we could see them higher than they've been slotted. That'll be interesting to watch.
The New York Knicks, NBA champions, available now at NBA Store, a Fanatics experience.
Do the pickup. Out! Oh! You low. That brown or that brown? Which brown? By yourself. That first win, now we good. Now let's step it up, come on. Just turn. Now you're rolling, because Nas is the pop. They're not going to leave. Now it's me and you and Jokic, you know what I'm saying? Back in the day, you ain't that old, bro. Yeah, I know. You play with no three-point line. Be aggressive. Come on, be aggressive. Oh, yes! My bad. That was a little hard. My fault. 45 years old. My bad. Did they win? Who said that? Oh, those cats? No, that's the bad cats. Nova cats. Not Kentucky. Little Nova Wildcats. I'm with you, Nas. They won!
The wait is over. A new generation arrives. From every corner of the globe to the brightest stage in basketball, legendary careers begin tonight. Welcome to the 2026 NBA Draft. The future starts here.
Please welcome NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
Good evening, and welcome to the 2026 NBA Draft. Last week, just a few miles from here, more than 2 million people filled the streets of Lower Manhattan to celebrate the Knicks' first championship in 53 years. As we've seen, few things bring people together like sports. It's about competition at the highest level, but it's also about the joy and connections shared by people all celebrating something they have in common. Tonight, we welcome a new generation of players into the NBA, each with their own unique story. Stories of hard work, discipline, and perseverance. Stories like the one of NBA Finals MVP Jalen Brunson, a second-round pick in the 2018 NBA Draft. Every pick matters in the chase to become the next NBA champion, and that pursuit begins tonight. Let's get started. The first pick in the 2026 NBA Draft belongs to the Washington Wizards, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
And away we go. The Washington Wizards are on the clock with the #1 pick in the 2026 NBA Draft. So let's just take a quick look at the Wizards' franchise history here. Washington met Seattle in the 1978 NBA Finals, and they were led by Finals MVP Wes Unseld and Elvin Hayes. So Washington brought home their only championship. And then the Wizards, they had a top pick for the first time. They drafted Kwame Brown. This was during the Michael Jordan era. And their next first overall pick was 2010, John Wall. He was a 5-time All-Star, but the Wizards, they couldn't quite get over the hump, and now they are back at the top of the draft, looking to add to their core of players. It includes Trae Young, who just agreed, as Shams reported, to that extension, Anthony Davis, Alex Sarr. We're taking a look here inside the Wizards draft headquarters as they're deliberating making this decision, or maybe just putting the finalizing touches on a decision that they have kept pretty close to the vest here, Jay, and there has been a conversation over the last few weeks as to who they will select.
And there should be. I mean, there's a lot of talent at the top of this draft. But I think the most natural fit for the roster they have is Aday Dybantsa. If you're looking for a wing to fit in with that group, he fits perfectly there. You can make a great argument for Darryn Peterson. You can make a great argument for Cameron Boozer. But I tend to think that Dybantsa is the best fit if that's what they're looking for, in addition to the great talent, because they've got 3 excellent choices there.
And Aday Dybantsa has certainly said that he doesn't plan on dropping, is the way that he put it, any farther than #1. And again, if it is Aday, you will hear his name announced as Anise Dybantsa, his full name, Tim. But when you're looking at the needs of the Washington Wizards, at the top of the list feels like a healthy training camp with Anthony Davis and Trae Young and that partnership.
No doubt it starts there. It starts with both guys being motivated to be there, staying healthy. You're talking about one of the elite bigs and one of the elite scoring and dual threat guards we have in this league in Trae Young. A lot of young guys around him right now. They've got a lot of lottery picks on this team, but they don't have anything that's quite like Aday Dybantsa and what he can bring. He's got a mature game. He's got a physical ability to break defenses down, play through contact. He fits in perfectly with what they need because they've got bigs, they've got a point guard that's going to be ball dominant, they've got some shooting and scoring coming off their bench. They don't have a big wing that can play both ends of the floor, immediately plug and play. That's why I think it's the right pick.
Well, I'm already envisioning the front court. I mean, can you imagine an Aday Dybantsa, Alex Sarr, and Anthony Davis front court here, and certainly what you can do defensively. I think we're looking at team needs that are flashing up before each team. I think the biggest one for him, he's not a position. They need to learn how to win. When you go through all this losing, you need to learn how to win basketball games consistently, and that's going to be the biggest challenge as far as molding all these players together here.
You mentioned Anthony Davis. Do you expect him to be there long term? He's still waiting on a possible extension.
I do. I think they went out and traded for him in February with Dallas, and he's extension eligible on August 6th to sign a 4-year deal here, and I think he's part of the fabric moving forward.
And that's so interesting that you bring up learning how to win, because oftentimes, Drea, the player that's drafted at the top of the draft, they've been winners their entire lives, and then they go to a team that has historically struggled. It's why they're at the top of the draft, although those lottery odds are going to be changing in the future. Could AJ or Cam Boozer or a Darryn Peterson be part of changing that fabric?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and that's why the debate is between the three of them. They're all so talented, they're winners, they're competitive, but they're all different. They present something different when thinking about going to this Washington Wizards team. I know you talked about AJ Dybantsa's fit, Tim, but when you think about Darryn Peterson, possibly at times taking some of the playmaking pressure off of Trae Young, that could also be an appeal when you think about Darryn Peterson with this team.
I totally agree. Look, you're talking about two guys that are going to impact you immediately. One thing I can tell you, having played there, this is an area that's going to get behind a team. Like, they're dying for their basketball team to be good down there. It's a hotbed for high school hoops, Jay, as you know. One of the most heavily recruited areas in the country. There's a major D1 presence there. This is the franchise that they want to get behind, and they're starting to with some of the talent they've added in veterans, and now the #1 pick.
And as we watch them in the green room, I'm always interested to see whose phone maybe is going to ring, and we're going to get to catch the exact moment, a text message that's going to come through. Because even though at this point we all expect the Washington Wizards, it's not going down to the final minute and 12 seconds. Some of this is the moment and the pageantry. But that's all part of this, Jay. At some point in the next minute and 5 seconds, an agent's phone is going to ring.
And lives are going to change, and the future of franchises are going to change. And some of it can be negative, but most of it's positive. And it's going to be exciting to see whose name is called first.
It's every one of these players just went on the greatest job interview process in the last 2 months here. And they are about to join an elite fraternity that only 450 players could join, and 30 of them tonight get to join that group. And
only a couple get to join. Only a few have been in that fraternity of being the #1 selection. Jay, in the final 25 seconds, who are you expecting to hear here?
I think it's going to be Dybantsa, but again, you can make a great case for Boozer, a great case for Peterson, but I think it's going to be Dybantsa. Who knows? We'll see.
Well,
it's amazing it hasn't leaked out.
It really has. Well, the conversation, it's over. Let's send it back to the podium to find out who is the #1 pick.
With the first pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Anise Dybantsa Jr. from Brigham Young University.
The debate, the conversation, it's over. In a class that's been touted as one of the deepest in recent memory, it is Anise AJ Dybantsa, the freshman out of BYU that the Washington Wizards select #1 overall. And Dybantsa, he traded high school experiences like going to prom to shape himself into the blueprint of a top selection. But this, sharing the dream he's talked about and worked towards for so many years with his father Ace, his mom Chelsea, his sisters Samara and Jasmine. This is what the draft is all about. And he's talked about being #1, he's expected, he has manifested, and now he is certainly that. And in his lone season at BYU, he scored the most points by a freshman in Big 12 history behind his favorite player, Kevin Durant. And the Brockton native, Jay, it was very important to him that it was specifically Brockton and not the Boston area. He was a finalist for the Naismith, the Wooden Awards. He's not just got the skill, he has the charisma and the confidence to be a franchise player.
And the mentality of a true pro. And he's the first freshman, he averaged 25 a game, Malique, and the first freshman to lead the nation in scoring in a quarter century. He's built for the NBA. All his measurables, he's 6'8", he's got a 7-foot wingspan. All the athletic tools. He had the 4th best max vertical at the combine. He attacks downhill. He's a 3-level scorer that's continuing to improve his 3-point accuracy. But where he is devastating is at the mid-range with those long strides. He can make NBA-level shots right now oversized. He can post, he can back you in and shoot over the top. His mid-range game is elite, and he's also got open court abilities. Excellent in transition, and he can get to the foul line. He led the NCAA in free throw attempts, and when Richie Saunders, one of BYU's top scorers and best shooter, went out this year, he increased his productivity in his absence against much more focused defense to stop him. I think he can be an excellent defender. He's still working on that, but he's got all the tools to be a great NBA player.
Jay, you talk about Richie Saunders going down, and Dybantsa talked about how that also challenged his leadership and being more vocal, and he had an incredible finish to his freshman season. AP Big 12 Player of the Year. He finished the season with 14 straight 20-point games, second longest streak in Big 12 history behind Trae Young, 93 points in the Big 12 tournament. That tops, like you said, Malique, his favorite player, which was Kevin Durant.
And AJ is with our Lisa Salters.
AJ, you wanted to be the #1 pick.
Yeah.
You are now the #1 pick. Just what does it feel like when your childhood dream comes true?
It just means a lot. Obviously, it's just a stepping stone. Obviously, I have a lot more work to do, but a testament to all my hard work and all the discipline and sacrifices that I made.
You go by AJ,
Yeah.
but you wanted to be announced tonight as the #1 pick.
Yeah.
By the name, your formal name that you share with your father, Anise.
Yeah.
Why did you want to do that?
I mean, everything I do is for him. And this name he gave me is really his name because he's senior. So I also want to honor him this day, too.
Now, introduce us to who you have up here with
This
you.
is my older sister, Samara, and my younger sister, Jasmine.
What does it mean to you guys to see your brother realizing his dream like this?
It's so crazy because it's like when we were younger, you used to see him in the backyard, you know, playing basketball. And now he's the #1 pick for the NBA. Like, he's come so far.
He's your knucklehead little brother, right?
Yes.
And now he's the #1 pick in the draft. How do you reconcile that?
It's just crazy because it's like he's worked really hard for this moment, and I'm so proud of him. You know, he knows that. He knows I'm proud.
Congratulations to all of you
so
guys.
much.
Lisa, thank you. Look at this, just the little smile. He believed that this would be a moment that came true for him, AJ Dybantsa did, that he would be the #1 pick.
Going for the win. Look at the determination on his face.
I just flipped the switch. Flip. I don't know nobody else that's doing this. Don't ever stop.
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. It happens every morning. Full body nutrition and fuel to start whatever's next. Quaker, official sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26.
I think it's going to be more of a five-man game, and we really have to play a complete basketball game. I don't think one man can beat the Boston Celtics.
And we're underway here. The Celtics in white, the Bulls in red, and Boston control. Jordan trying to fake Bird, can't do it. Hits the jumper, but Bird played pretty well defensively against Jordan there. Bird guards Jordan, and Jordan hits the jumper anyway. Michael Jordan, 21 points. 10 points in this period for Ainge. And what a great shot, and a basket and a foul. Chicago is led virtually all the way. Jordan banks it in, and Jordan with 40 points. Jordan, short jumper, and it drops, and 50 points for Michael Jordan. Jordan ties the game.
Oh, boy.
63 points, and you're looking at an all-time record.
With the second pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Darryn Peterson from the University of Kansas.
Well, the Utah Jazz, they feel like they just selected another #1 pick. in Darryn Peterson, the freshman out of Kansas. He averaged just over 20 points a game for the Jayhawks. That's the most by a freshman in Kansas history. And veteran CJ McCollum, who's one of Peterson's mentors, right? He said that his ceiling, Peterson's ceiling, it can really be whatever he wants it to be. And Jay, you saw it firsthand. The talent is clearly there. We didn't necessarily get to see him at full strength at Kansas, but what is Utah getting?
They're getting the most talented prospect in this draft. He is a fluid, smooth, almost artistic scorer. He's got all the measurables as well. He's not as tall as Dybantsa, but he's 6'5". He's got a wingspan that goes to 6'10". He's very athletic, but he can really shoot it. His shot preparation is excellent. He moves without the ball very well, and he is very creative in getting his own shot. So he can shoot it off DHOs. He can shoot it off the catch, off the dribble. He moves off screens. You know, his catch and shoot numbers were excellent. And when he was healthy, honestly, there was nobody better. We talked about that game he played against BYU and AJ Dybantsa in the first half. He was magnificent with 18 points on 6 of 8 shooting. He's just a savant scoring the ball, a natural, excellent in transition. He can finish with either hand around the basket, but in catch and shoot situations, here he got fouled against North Carolina and knocked it down. Deep range, and everything seems effortless with him, even though he puts a lot of effort in it. His shooting on the move, excellent. And one of the things that I think is underrated about Darryn Peterson is I think he can be an excellent defender. You know, he gets steals. He blocks shots. He's impactful on the defensive end, and I think that's only going to get better. He's a quiet personality, but he isn't quiet on the court. He's loud when he plays.
One of the things I love about him is he changes speeds. He doesn't play at one speed all the time. That's growth as an offensive player. The catch and shoot ability, Jay alluded to, 43% off the catch. That's going to be really important when you get to the league, and there's a lot of guys you're going to be playing with that want the ball in their hands. You've got to make quick decisions with it. He can do that off the catch. The thing I'm excited about for Utah, Will Hardy's one of the good young minds in this game.
Absolutely.
He has not had a mandate to win there. They're starting to now get to that point. They want to go out and compete every night. I think Darryn Peterson's going to help them do that.
And Darryn Peterson is with our Lisa Salters.
Wow, when you guys see all the emotion in there, that was your grandfather actually that gave you that big hug. Just what was he saying to you?
He was just happy. He didn't even say much. He was just happy for me. Yeah, he was just super happy for me.
When you look back at all of those workouts that your dad put you through, did you guys ever think that it would lead to this, the #2 pick in the NBA draft?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't, but my pops always knew. And once I got older, I started to believe it as well. But all of it paid off.
And Mr. Darryl, what does it mean to you that throughout his career, he's chosen to wear the number 22 in honor of you?
It means a lot. You know, that was my number. It shows how much he believes and respects me as a dad, and he just embraced it.
Miss Sasha, just how proud of you are your son right now?
It's just a blessing. I'm just happy to be here and be a part of his journey.
Congratulations to all of you guys. Enjoy the ride.
Appreciate it
so much.
Appreciate it.
With the 3rd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Cameron Boozer from Duke University.
Cameron Boozer, he has been a winning player at every single level, and now he is on his way to Memphis. Boozer, the consensus National Player of the Year, AP All-America first-team selection. He is the son of 2-time NBA All-Star and NCAA champion. You see him there, Carlos Boozer. But it was his mom, Cameron told me, who drove him to every single practice, every tournament, helped him find all of his trainers. He, of course, played with his twin brother, Keaton, at Duke as well. And this quote, I think, just gives such great insight, as you see a very proud Pops right there, into the winning mentality of Cameron Boozer. He said, whether I go 1 or I go 15, it's about fit. I just want to have a long career. Where it starts doesn't determine where I'm going to finish. And Jay, you've said that looking at Cam's numbers, he really did have a case here to be the #1 pick.
No question. And again, I think he's the best pure basketball player in the draft. He's skilled, he's physical, he knows how to play. Plays angles really well. He shot just under 40% from 3 on the season, made 54 of them, so it's a high volume to take a look at. So he can space the floor, he's excellent in the post, and then he can face up. But he's an elite processor of the game, an excellent passer with a 25% assist rate. You can see here coming off a screen roll, a little pick and pop, and as he spins into the lane, he finds Caleb Foster with a difficult pass out of the lane to get the open shot, and that's something he did game in, game out. He had 22 double-doubles on the season, and he had 14 games where he led Duke, an outstanding team with a bunch of really good players, in scoring, rebounding, and assists in the same game. In fact, his worst game was 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists against a team that Duke blew out, and he didn't play the whole game.
I am so happy for you guys. Like, I have known you guys since you were little, so I just feel so much happiness for you guys right now. But for you, Cameron, just, you've known this moment was coming, right? But what's it like when you finally hear the commissioner say your name?
I don't even know how to describe it, honestly, man. It's crazy. Instant happiness, instant joy. Basically my whole life in a couple of seconds, so it was amazing for sure.
And Cece's over there trying not to cry. I'm going to get to you, Miss Cece. But first for you, Cam, you and your brother Caden, you guys came into the world with a purpose, and that was to save your older brother Carmani, who was battling sickle cell disease. You guys did that. And I know that this moment is your moment, but in your mind, how much of it belongs to your brothers as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's my moment, but it's our moment. You know, as a family, you see us all sitting here. You know, I wouldn't be here without any of these guys right here, and girls, of course, my mom. But, you know, it's just a great feeling to be here with them. They've been there with me every step of the way, so it's amazing for sure.
And Carmani, I know how tight all of you guys are. Just what's it mean to you to know that your brother, your little brother, probably a little taller though, but your little brother is the number 3 pick in the draft?
Being able to see everything he does, works hard, and then shows up, I couldn't be more proud of someone. And to be able to call my little brother is amazing.
And Miss Cece, I go back
that
to
little brother.
I go back to, you know, almost 20 years ago. You guys were dealing with so much fear and uncertainty at that time, and now here you are 19 years later, all of your boys are thriving. Like, how would you describe this journey to get here?
I think it's really just faith over fear. So, you know, we battled that adversity as a family, and now we get to celebrate as a family and be here to watch Cameron, and I just couldn't be more proud.
And Carlos, I just keep thinking of the kids in their 3 Bulls jerseys at the Heat game cheering for the Heat. That was hilarious. But what have you told Cameron about what to expect as an NBA rookie?
Yeah, first, just so proud of him, man. Like the dedication. You heard Carmani talk about it. His sacrifice. He shows up every single day. I'm just happy for him, man. Take each moment, enjoy each moment. Obviously, be where your feet are. This is something you've been waiting for your entire life, and go enjoy it, man. Go enjoy it.
Congratulations to all of you guys. I know this is a family affair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I am a leader because I set a strong example.
I'm a leader by being responsible.
I stand up for myself and others.
I am confident.
I am caring.
We want girls to lead their own way. The WNBA and NBA are proud to support Lean In Girls, a free leadership program that any school can use to help girls build confidence and resilience, embrace their strengths, and take the lead. This is what leadership looks like.
Let's go, B12. Let's go, from the jump. Let's go. Get up here, what to do.
Hey, big dog, you already know it. Start with me and you. Okay, come on.
Pirtle and Allen will jump it up. And here we go, game 4.
Kamara, step back 3 on the way.
And others. I'm confident. I'm caring.
We want girls to lead their own way. The WNBA and NBA are proud to support Lean In Girls, a free leadership program that any school can use to help girls build confidence and resilience, embrace their strengths, and take the lead. This is what leadership looks like.
Let's go, B12. Let's go, from the jump. Let's go. Get up here, what to do.
Hey, big dog, you already know it. Start with me and you. Okay, come on.
Pirtle and Allen will jump it up.
is awesome. We need to continue building on that.
With the fourth pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Caleb Wilson from the University of North Carolina.
A big market fit for Caleb Wilson's big personality here. 6'9" forward out of UNC, headed to Chicago. I mean, you hear the music, right? That's a pipeline that has been successful before, and he shares this moment with his mom, Sabrina, his dad, Jerry, who coached him up until he was in 8th grade, and his 12-year-old sister, Jackson, who Caleb says he really wants to be a role model for, and he wants to continue to give her someone to look up to. But his season was cut short. He missed the final 9 games with some hand injuries. Now he uses that as motivation. But Bobby, you said that Wilson, he was one of the best pre-draft interviews you've ever done.
He was, and not just because he likes Fleetwood Mac and Legos like me, but listen, when you get down and sit with him, you can talk about personally, you can talk about on the court, and certainly on the court, the ability to process information, the ability to read scouting reports, watch films, study opposing coaches here. I love everything about him. He is joining a front court of Moses Mazelis. They're going to get out and get a trade Nick Claxton here. That is the making of a front court with a new general manager in Bryson Graham.
Caleb Wilson is an elite competitor that has all the physical traits to stand out as a two-way player in the NBA. Long and fast first step, the overall combination of size, speed, quickness, bounce, athleticism, you name it. He also plays with physicality. That'll help him make plays on both sides of the floor. My favorite thing, though, for him is his defense. On the ball, off the ball, in help side, he covers so much ground.
And does it oftentimes out of position where he makes these instinctive plays and recoveries.
Caleb, it was just about 10 years or so ago that you were an aspiring little hooper in Atlanta going to Hawks camp, and now here you are, the number 4 pick in the NBA draft. How did that kid get here?
That kid got here by hard work, believing in himself, and having a great support system. You know, I kept tunnel vision, kept working, and that's time to see red, man.
You broke your hand in February, and then you broke your right thumb in March. Just how is all that doing now?
It's doing great. It's doing great. I feel great, and I feel like that happened for a reason. You know, I'm grateful for the opportunity to play in the NBA, and I feel like if that would have never happened, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in now.
And for you as parents, I know how proud you must be of your son, but not just for what he does on the basketball court. He didn't wait until he turned pro to start giving back. He's already done so much in his community in Atlanta. Just what does that say about your son?
It says how genuine of a person he is. He's a true lover of the community. He loves to give back and look out and help for as many kids as possible. It's just a genuine, true authenticity as a person.
Mom? I feel the same way he does. Congratulations to all of you guys. Enjoy the ride. Thank you.
With the 5th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Keaton Wagler from the University of Illinois.
Keaton Wagler's mom, his dad, his sister, his brother, they all played basketball. This is a hoops family here, and you can see them sharing this moment. But Wagler, he's had a tremendous rise from back in high school where he ranked outside the top 100 to now being a top 5 pick. And his career really took off at Illinois, maybe in no bigger way than he was when he was a part of that scoring party of freshmen that we saw on January 24th. He had 46. That was the most points by a freshman in Illinois history. Andre, you've been high on him for a while. When did you know that he could be this top 5 pick?
Well, I certainly knew it when he put up 46 at Purdue. I mean, that was clearly his coming out party, and when he let everybody know just how talented he was. And in that game, it was the 46 points, but at the end of the game, he had a pick and pop situation that he read correctly, and he got his teammate the ball. He had another pass to the corner to find his teammate for a 3. So his ability to score and put up 46 points and then still have the IQ to make the right plays down the stretch, that really blew me away.
And he can play on or off the ball, so he can operate as a point guard or as a shooting guard. He's an excellent shooter, makes great decisions, especially in pick and roll situations. It seemed almost impossible to speed him up. He played at his own pace, and that allows him the time to process things. That those little found him playing in Kansas, but this 46 piece he put on Purdue was masterful on a day where Kingston Flemings had 42 against Texas Tech, and Dybantsa put up 43 on that same day. Keaton Wagler, took home the prize with that 46. It was a remarkable performance. 13 of 17, including 9 threes in that game. Just a remarkable performance in Mackey Arena.
Keaton, how did you go from being unranked out of high school to the number 5 pick in the NBA draft?
I think it's just all the hard work that I put in, and not worried about what anyone else said, just staying true to myself, and not worrying about the rankings or anything like that. Just continue to work hard and prove myself to show that I can play at this level.
And you told me that because of all that, you have played for the last couple of years with a chip on your shoulder because of how people overlooked you. Will you be wearing that same chip in the NBA?
I will. It's something that I can't change my mindset with. I got to continue to prove myself to show everyone that I belong here and can be one of the best players in this league.
Mom and Dad, I want you to take a look at this photo of the little guy wearing the Superman. You see that guy? Cute, right? There he is. There he is. Just what are you most proud of, Mom, about that little guy?
I'm just proud of him, just following his dreams and just being a great person. I'm very happy for him.
And Dad, what did people overlook or maybe underestimate about that little guy and what he could become?
Hey, he may have a baby face, he may look younger than most of these guys, but he's a killer on the court. We saw that from the day he was born. He's just a competitive kid. He's just wired that way, and I think just a lot of people overlook him because he's a little bit slight in build and a little bit younger looking in the face.
Look forward to watching you Keaton in the NBA. Congratulations to all of you guys.
Thank you.
With the 6th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, Brooklyn Nets select Mikel Brown Jr. from the University of Louisville.
Brooklyn fans thrilled here in Barclays Center, and Mikel Brown Jr., he was asked during the pre-draft process what he would tell his 10-year-old self, and he said that he would tell little Mikel that we're close to the dream, and we're so proud of how far we've come, and this is that dream realized as he hears the commissioner call his name. He describes himself as obsessed with watching basketball and guards Bobby in particular. He did deal with the back injury during the season. He missed some time, but the talent is so clearly there. We saw it February 9th when he put up 45 against NC State, 10 three-pointers, which tied the school record.
Well, and I think the big thing is you go back to last summer with Team USA. He was the best player there, and the coaches on that staff raved about him. The players on that team raved about him. And in the last 5 games at Louisville, 21 points, 45 from the field, and 42% from 3. A big guard, can do a little bit of everything. His dad, listen, we're talking about a lot of families. His dad has played an instrumental role in his development.
And teams were so impressed, Jay, during the pre-draft process with the workouts that they saw from him.
Yeah, he can absolutely score. Uber talented. He's got late athleticism, great speed. He had the 3rd fastest agility time at the combine. And when he gets to the rim, because he's very good at screen and roll. And even though he only shot 35% from 3, made 55 threes on the year, he's a better shooter than the numbers indicate. But he does pass it well. There are times when you think he can make his teammates better even more than he does, but excellent in transition and a very creative finisher with either hand around the basket oversized. He did have that back issue. He played fewer games than Darryn Peterson did. But one of the games when he came back was the game you referenced against NC State, where he came back at 45. There were rumors, he's going to shut it down and prepare for the draft and all that stuff. Then he comes back at 45, and he wasn't able to play toward the end of the season. But the talent, undeniable.
He missed 14 total games, roughly a month in the middle of the season, and he came back, and then he missed all of March again. But clearly, that is not deterring the Brooklyn Nets and the talent that they see, and he's with our Lisa Salters.
Mikel, you knew that you were going to be emotional when you heard your name. Can you describe to me what you're feeling right now?
I can't even put it into words. I'm just full of excitement. I'm home. I'm calling this
now that you're a first-round pick, what does it mean that you got through all of that adversity and you're here?
It means the world. You got to face adversity at some point, and it hit right then and there. And I got a great supporting cast. Great parents, great coaching staff, great team, great teammates. They helped me out through that process, and I feel better than ever now. So it's just surreal for me.
And for you, Mom and Dad, Mikel said that because of the sacrifices that you guys made, that he didn't even know you were making at the time, that he wouldn't even be here without the both of you. And he said, especially for you, Dad, that he wanted to share this moment with you. What does that mean to you?
It means the world. I think when you're a father, what you start to realize is the moment that your kid or you have your kids that are born, you realize it's no longer about you, and it's everybody that's in the house. It's about them first. Then it comes back to you, and I think that's what makes men men. The ability to make sacrifice and put others before them for the greater good. So to see this moment, something that I dreamed of even when I played, and I think the Most High just knew, like, hey, I'm gonna give it to someone that I know you care about more than yourself, and to give it to him and can be a better person for it to happen to. So it's exciting and it's surreal.
Well, Mikel, we are looking forward to watching you do your thing in this building. Like you said, welcome home.
Welcome home, absolutely. Home.
Going for the win. Look at the determination on his face.
I just flipped his face. I don't know nobody else doing this. Don't ever stop.
You don't want me to pass the ball. You want me to shoot it.
I look forward to the heavy contestation on 2 people shots. I work on those shots all the time.
Clutch again for Anthony Edwards. That is big time from a big-time player.
They knew I was going to get 40.
Edwards takes flight.
Pull up, got it. Oh, bloody.
51. He's 83.
What a hit by Ed. And the body control.
And a little dance. The crossover. Edwards to the top. The finish.
The most fun I ever had in my life. I appreciate you guys, and I love Minnesota. It made me want to go get another MVP. It made me want to go get a championship.
Edwards takes flight.
With the 7th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Darius Acuff Jr. from the University of Arkansas.
So Darius Acuff, the Bob Cousy point guard of the year, joins the fraternity of John Calipari guards in the NBA. And this is really full circle because he's been selected by the Sacramento Kings. His father played point guard at Eastern Kentucky, and his dad's coach, Scott Perry, who's now in the front office for Sacramento. And I mean, if you look up the definition of an electrifying scorer, you're going to see that young man. Measured at 6'2" at the combine, already drawing comparisons to other greats of his stature. Allen Iverson dubbed Acuff the next him. And Dave, you've called him a walking bucket here.
He's a creator, averaged 23 points, over 6 assists. He was the only player in Division I to average over 20, over 6 assists, and shoot 44% from free. He is powerful, compact, and he's got great speed. And his ability not only in transition, but to get to the basket and to finish plays. And he played hurt throughout the year. He had a toe problem. He was in the boot the second half of the year. He did a boot during the week, and John Calipari was trying to get him to take the game off, but he wouldn't do it. Didn't really have many bad games at all. But Darius Acuff Jr., lightning quick in transition, but just elite offensively. Can shoot it, can drive it, and an excellent passer that's got terrific vision. Really good in pick and roll situations, shot over 48% from the field. Very good in isolation as well, but the speed and the length that he has at 6'2", and the way he finished the year, his last 8 games, he averaged 26 points a game and shot 48% from 3. You know, the MVP of the Southeastern Conference tournament, he was absolutely unstoppable. Played with some good players. You know, Malique Thomas is expected to be taken in the first round as well. Trevin Brazil, but Darius Acuff was the man. And look at this one.
Darius, you are blinging out right now. Just what makes this moment so special to you?
It's very special. Just being here with them, seeing them smile, that's the best moment.
And Dad, you took him to the gym when he was just 4 years old. Just how did you know that he was born to play ball?
I mean, it was the look in his eyes. You know, it was the look in his eyes when he first was born. His eyes lit up when he put the basketball in his hand. So I knew it was something brewing.
I know you guys must be proud. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lisa, thank you, and congratulations to the Acuff family. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, it's the Atlanta Hawks that are on the clock. Welcome back to Brooklyn, where the Atlanta Hawks have made their selection here. If a freshman goes, it would tie the record for the consecutive number of freshmen taken at any point in the draft. Here's the commissioner.
With the 8th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Kingston Flemings from the University of Houston.
Kingston Flemings, the first Houston freshman to earn All-America honors. He is headed to the Hawks. Remember, this deal was as part of the Derek Queen trade last year, but at the NBA level, defense is going to be his calling card. But shooting, it was a huge area of growth for him from high school to college. And Andrea, his breakout day was once again that same day that we saw several freshmen have these huge scoring performances. January 24th, something was in the water.
Yeah, something was going on there, and it definitely was for Kingston Flemings. It's fitting that his favorite player is Derrick Rose, because Kingston Flemings is a dynamic point guard with a high motor. He shifts defenders with his handle. He has a quick first step, and he has bounce. He can finish on his mid-range jump shots. He has soft touch, and he can also take it all the way to the rim. He's a great facilitator. He brings so much, and he talks with a sense of urgency. He plays with it as well.
They need additional guard talent in Atlanta, and they just got it because they don't have a lot of playmaking outside C.J. McCollum. He's going to provide some of that. He's a willing passer, but if you put a defensive lineup out there with Dyson Daniels, Nikhil Alexander-Walker, and Kingston Flemings, that's top tier in the NBA for ball pressure. He's going to a really good situation, a team that wants to win now.
And he's such a good mid-range scorer. He gets to his spots, and Andre, you're right, like his speed and his quickness, really impressive. And when he gets into the mid-range and rises up, he's a deceptive athlete. I think he's an excellent athlete. He gets to the rim and finishes and does it with speed. He's improved his perimeter shooting. He shot just under 40% from three. He only took 105 or so and made 41. And that's like, he's got an unorthodox shot. Like the hand position on the ball, I know he's working on it, but the shot goes in. Like, why do you mess with it? It goes in.
Kingston, tell me, as you're walking up to the stage to shake the commissioner's hand, just what thoughts go through your mind about the journey that got you here?
Yeah, like you said, the journey. I mean, put in work, early mornings, late nights, my dad and my mom always working, so it feels great, but I'm just ready to work for Atlanta.
Now, Mr. D, you had Kingston and his sister Bella, who's also a star hooper, you had them write out goals. Just tell me, why did you think that was so important as you see him sitting here now as an NBA first-round draft pick?
I mean, ultimately, it was never about what I wanted, and I think our job as parents is to just guide our kids on how to achieve their goals, instead of placing our thought process on them and what we want for them. So they write down their goals, and then our job is to just keep pushing them towards that.
Mom, how proud of him are you right now?
I'm so proud. I always thought little Kingston would be even more proud of what he's accomplished with the goals that he set for so many years ago. And now today has come to fruition. This was his ultimate dream.
Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Morez Johnson Jr. from the University of Michigan.
Morez Johnson Jr. reuniting here with his head coach, Dusty May. You can see the excitement there. He started in all 40 games for Michigan, and all of his averages jumped from his freshman year at Illinois to his sophomore season at Michigan, and he chose Michigan in part because of the development for the NBA. Dusty May kind of looking like a proud pops there. This is a little bit of a homecoming moment here for him. There's going to be some familiar faces as he makes this leap as well. But Morez Johnson Jr., he had a double-double in the championship game against UConn. And Jay, you've called him one of the best front court defenders in this draft.
Yeah, maybe the best. I mean, he's a defensive weapon out on the floor. He's a powerful athlete that's relentless, and relentless is really hard to beat at any level. Shot 71% at the rim. He's 6'9", really strong, and he's got a 7'3" wingspan. So he can be a lob threat. He can be a screen and roll guy. He can operate out of the dunker spot. But as a defender, as a primary defender, his opponent shot 35% when he was a primary defender. He can switch onto a point guard, not just stay in front for a couple dribbles. He can guard that guy. Get steals, block shots, and when he takes the ball to the basket, he can absorb the ball but still punch it on you. Just the most versatile defender in my view in this draft.
When I'm trying to think of notable players who have made the jump with their head coach, maybe Rick Pitino, Ron Mercer in the 1997 draft. That's all I'm coming up with, Bobby.
Well, that's in farewell. So hopefully this pairing actually works a lot better. I think the one thing I like about he's got a nice streak about him, Morez Johnson. I think what Jay said, when you go to a Dallas team that's undersized at the 4, you have DJ Washington right now. You pair him with Cooper Flag in there. That is certainly a big front court.
Lex, I know you said that Dallas needs shooting, but when you think about Morez Johnson Jr., he is working on his shooting. His shooting got better at Michigan, but he's an excellent cutter. He lets the offense come to him. He shot just under 70% at the rim and 90% on dunks, and that's why his teammates were so happy playing with him and now happy for him in this moment.
Yeah, his shooting stroke, when you look at his mechanics, to me that lends itself to extending his range.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it now defensively. When you put him next to Cooper Flag, you talk about versatility in your front court. Guys that can slide their feet but also play much bigger at the rim. P.J. Washington has been playing the 4 for them a lot. They finally have a guy that's 6'10" to play there.
Really emotional here for his family. This is a dream that they've collectively been working toward, and now Morez is with Veesaar.
Morez, how much do you think your coach had a little bit to do with this pick?
This is the second day. I think he had a little bit, but not too much in it. But it's crazy, man. We got work to do. Back to work.
What does this moment mean to you?
This moment means a lot to me, man. I've been thinking about this since I was a little kid. Dallas has always been a place I wanted to go, and it's insane that I'm actually going to Dallas.
And Dad, I can see what it means to you. Can you describe what you're feeling right now?
Man, it's amazing. It's amazing. He worked hard for it, though, real hard.
And you told him back in 6th grade when he was doubting himself a little bit that you told him what he had to do to make his dreams come true. What was his message? What was your message to him?
Just work hard, keep working, outwork everybody, and you will make it.
And he was saying, like, ignore all the outside noise. You won't catch up to him later. I remember that.
So what do you think about following Coach May to Dallas now?
Man, it's insane. The Michigan Mavs now. But I'm very grateful for this
Utah franchise. Their proudest moment ever.
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. It happens every morning. Full body nutrition and fuel to start whatever's next. Quaker, official sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26.
I feel like I'm past first point guard. I plays with flair, a lot of energy, excitement. I love to be an energizer, running out on the floor and play at my own pace. Just bringing in New Jersey swag that I carry with me my whole life, my career.
She has a great opportunity here in Minnesota to be coached by some of the greatest ever, with Okorie, but with Lindsay Whalen as well.
Being coached by Coach Way has been an experience, a great one so far. She's been in my ear, just giving me tips, wisdom. She's always excited to see me out there playing. Little things like that keep me excited, keep me motivated. And obviously, someone who's won a lot, so I can learn from her for sure.
I'm sure she will be fearsome for WNBA opponents this season, especially as she continues day by day to get more and more comfortable.
With the 10th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Brayden Burries from the University of Arizona.
After helping Arizona get to the Final Four, Brayden Burries is on his way to Milwaukee, and I'm half surprised, guys, that his family didn't show up here today with those famous T-shirts with his face on them that they wore all season long to his games, which I just love. But Burries, he led Arizona in scoring, just over 16 a game, and his college coach, Tommy Lloyd, describes him as a laid-back, unassuming guy, and it makes sense because he listens to gospel music before games to calm him down, and Bobby, you've called him the silent assassin.
Well, I do. I mean, I got to sit down with him talking. He was a man of few words here, but the one thing I did learn is that he loved watching those Chicago Bulls teams back in the day of Tom Thibodeau, and now he's a stone throw away in Milwaukee here, and here's a big guard, 6'4", 215, grab and go, offensive rebounder here. He's got some toughness with him.
What does the Burries hero backcourt start to look like?
Two guys that can really shoot it and have some toughness to them. And, you know, Brayden Burries is from San Bernardino. Really good player in high school, very highly regarded. But this last year, he was number 3 in the country in plus-minus behind Yaxel, Lendeborg of Michigan and Cameron Boozer of Duke. He impacts winning. He's a smooth shooter, very skilled, fundamentally sound, and he's got really good speed. And he makes really impressive plays at both ends of the floor. I mean, the scoring stands out, his open court ability, but he makes defensive plays. He had a huge block at the end of the game against BYU on the road that wound up saving the game when BYU made an amazing comeback. But he's an instinctive defender, gets steals, and he makes the play that's required. You know, DeAndre Ayton was the only freshman at Arizona that scored more points in his first year than Brayden Burries did, and he did it on a Final Four team. He's a really good player, and he's got no memory. Like, once he does something, it's in his rearview mirror. He doesn't think about it. He's on to the next thing.
Which is a perfect segue, Jay, because what stands out to me the most when I think about Brayden Burries is his strength, not just physically, but mentally. And if you look at the start to his season, this, like you said, Jay, he put it behind him. In November, 10 points per game. He struggled against Florida. He struggled against UConn. He was in single digits. Did not matter. He turned the page, and he was dominant from December to April to help lead one of the best teams in the country. Mentally, physically, he is a very strong player.
Brayden Burries is with the Celtics.
Brayden, you said that this game is bigger than you and that you have to have multiple whys to play it. Just what were some of the whys for you wanting this moment?
Some of my whys would just say, like, I want to take care of my family. You know, I want to inspire the younger generation that's next to come. And also, I want to be something that's bigger than myself. You know, and just try to be the best version of myself each and every day.
And you told your dad that this moment is ours. You said that both of your parents helped get you here, but you said especially for your dad, this moment is ours. Why do you say that?
Because you know, he grew up playing basketball, same with my mom, and I just want to make sure that they know that they can live through me, and I try to make them happy every single day.
Mr. Bobby, what does it mean to you to hear him say that?
I could be honest with you, I could barely...
That the moment belongs to both of you, that him being here belongs to both of you.
Oh, man, it's an honor, man. He put a lot of hard work in, a lot of sacrifice. He could have went down the wrong way, not listening. He really respectful, great character, and we really appreciate him.
Ms. Hannah, what kind of person are the Bucks getting in your son?
Wow, somebody with a lot of integrity, who is a hard worker, who is dedicated, honest, has great character, and he's going to give his all out there.
Well, we look forward to watching him in the NBA. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you so much.
With the 11th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Yaxel Lendeborg from the University of Michigan.
You know Yaxel is a national champion and a Big Ten Player of the Year. But Yaxel and the woman standing beside him today are one of the remarkable stories of the draft, and you can see the emotion here. But Yaxel credits his mother, Giselle, with saving his life when he was struggling in high school, and he told me that when he walks across the stage, he wants people to know that there were so many times, he said, that it was hard for me to believe in myself, and he was close to giving up. And this woman, Giselle, it was his mom, who used to call him every single draft night and ask him, are you watching? Because someday this could be you, and someday this could be us. And Yaxel found out that his mom had appendix cancer last fall, and she's still in that fight. But he told me that this moment is for her. You can see that here. A tremendous story, Jay, and a tremendous player.
He's an outstanding player. You know, he started his career in junior college at Arizona Western. He's a two-time JUCO All-American. Went to UAB. And last year at UAB, there were two players that led their teams in scoring, rebounding, assists, steals, and blocks. It was Cooper Flag at Duke and Yaxel Lendeborg at UAB. Then he goes to Michigan, and he was second in the nation he led the nation in plus minus, second in win shares. He's a winner and improved his three-point shooting. He made 67 threes this year. That's more than the prior 2 years combined.
I can see you're both still feeling it. Just describe to me, so what's going through your heart right now?
Every emotion possible. You know, I don't deserve to be here right now. Didn't have the traditional path. You know, this is like I'm truly unworthy. I can't believe it.
You deserve to be here, but I saw you share we all saw you share a long, tearful hug with your mother when you heard your name announced. Just what was she saying to you?
She was saying we did it. All the sacrifice that we made, we finally accomplished it. You did it. She's proud of me, and she's so excited.
Just 6 years ago, you said you were kind of lost. You didn't see a future for yourself. Just how did that kid get here?
That kid got here because of her. She pushed a dream, forced me to go out there and step into the world and become a man. You know, I had no choice but to go out there and do the best I could. So I got out every day to be a better man, be a better person, and just do the best I can for her. So everything I do.
And now your mom is facing a challenge of her own, battling cancer. Just how special is it to be sharing this moment with her?
It means everything to me. That's the least I can do for her. You know, she's done so much for me. She's put her whole life on hold for my life, and I'm super proud of her for fighting so hard, and I'm glad we get to share this moment together.
Miss Giselle, how are you feeling right now? How are you doing?
Right now, I feel so blessed. It's a dream come true for us, for Yaxel, and I think he deserves it because he sacrificed a lot.
How did you know that kid who seemed lost, how did you know that this is who he could be? You deserve to be here. We wish you nothing but the best, Ms. Giselle. Thank you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Because moms know. And because there is the kid right now who is watching the NBA draft, or maybe has it on in their background and their parents are watching and they're trying to figure it out, who they are, how they fit, what they want to do or who they want to be. And maybe they're a little lost. They don't know. And their parent is saying, well, this is the path. And it's always hard when you're a kid to listen to your parents. But Yaxel and the Lendeborgs are a testament to believing in yourself, persevering, pushing through, and good things happen. And as Lisa said, we're certainly wishing Yaxel all the best in her journey right now through battling cancer as well. With that, it is the Oklahoma City Thunder that are on the clock. The pick is in. Let's send it back to the commission.
With the 12th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Aday from Zaragoza, Spain, and the University of Michigan.
Another national champion coming off the board and headed to the NBA. Our draft expert, Jeremy Wu, has called Mara the most skilled center in this draft. And his measurables at the combine, they were so impressive. 7'3" with a 9'9" standing reach, 7'6" wingspan. He's an excellent passer for his size, which makes sense because he says he studies Nikola Jokic's decision making. But defense, shot blocking, legs, that's his calling card.
That is, and also he's a guy that you can really trust with the basketball. To go to the right place for dribble handoffs, excellent at reading cutters. Now that offense lends itself to it. For as many traps as SGA sees, there's a lot of short roll action, a lot of balls get kicked back to the screener, and then you trust to go make a play. He can do that, and then very agile, great rim protector. He's a guy that can do a lot of things defensively to help you on the back end.
I'm just looking at the measurables, and somebody else who's in the conference day that Oklahoma City struggled with, not at full strength last year, but he's someone that they try to task with stopping a Victor Wembanyama.
Well, that's the obstacle in their way to the finals out of the Western Conference. And with that wingspan he has of 7'6", 7'7", he impacts things around the rim. He blocked 103 shots this last year.
I know that you're an avid chef. Just, what's the recipe to turning a tall, skinny kid from Spain into a first-round draft pick?
I think the big one I would say if I had to choose is the consistency. That was the biggest play, the biggest thing that I had to do. Being patient, to be from that little kid right there playing with the basket to just being selected.
And you started playing pro ball in Spain when you were 16. Just how did that experience, plus winning a title at Michigan, how did that help prepare you for what's coming in the NBA?
Everything, everything that I've done during my life, since I was a kid, going to college, playing pro in Spain, all these things that really helped me to get what I'm at. So I'm very happy that I did it. I'm very happy that I have these two people here just helping me through all this process.
Well, you're the third Michigan player selected already tonight, so I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of fun tonight. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And coming up here, we're going to be joined by the #1 pick, Aday Dybantsa. Can't wait to chat with him about his journey from BYU to the Washington Wizards.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to 24 Seconds with me, Dailyn. When I'm not playing basketball, I'm spending time with my family.
Always been a big family guy.
Favorite meal is my mom's cooking, and my favorite meal that I can cook is Frosted Flakes.
It's going to be a first. Guys eating cereal on the broadcasting game.
That's a wrap. I'm out.
Speed. Who says this guy's slowing down? 40 on
some Dybantsa trivia here. Who scored more points in their NBA debut? You, Mikel, or Josh?
I don't think Mikel scored his debut because our debuts were against each other. I had 3 points in my debut, so I'm going to say, I don't know if Josh scored either. I'm saying me.
What team did you have your first 40-point game against?
Do I want to say the Bucks?
It was the Bucks. Can you name 5 players you've assisted the most in your career?
Is one Julius?
Julius.
Is Luka on there? Yeah, Luka's not catch and shoot guy.
We got a junior. We got a double last name.
No, double last name. Finney Smith?
Yes, sir.
That's a good hint. Double last name. Who's the junior?
Tim Hardaway.
I never called him Junior or Tim Hardaway Jr.
The other 2 are easy. Current teammates.
It's Josh. Current teammates.
Don't overthink.
Deuce? Who's it?
Mikel.
Really? Okay, Mikel.
Okay. Yeah.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
In 1950, when the Boston Celtics selected Chuck Cooper with the 13th overall pick, he became the first black player to be drafted. And a month later, Nat Sweetwater Clifton was the first black player to sign an NBA contract with the New York Knicks. And on opening night, Earl Lloyd broke the color barrier as the first black player to appear in an NBA game. And joining us today to help celebrate these pioneers' achievements, the first overall pick in the 1960 draft, the Big O, the legendary Oscar Robertson, is in the building. Always great to have him here, a Hall of Fame inductee. So you're going to see that it is the Miami Heat that is on the board here, but really remember this pick is on the way to the Milwaukee Bucks. Miami hat, Milwaukee Bucks contract. With that, let's send it back to the commissioner, Adam Silver, to see who the Milwaukee Bucks select.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Miami Heat select Nate Ament from the University of Tennessee.
You can see him getting the call right here that Nate Ament is headed to the Milwaukee Bucks. Yes, the pick says Miami. He is headed to Milwaukee, the freshman forward out of Tennessee. He really left an impression with his size and his skill, and he's got room to grow. And I mean that both metaphorically and physically, because doctors say that his growth plates are still open. And Ament told our Mark Spears that he believes he has the best upside, he said, in the draft, and he's not even scratched the surface of the player that he believes he can grow into in the NBA. His coach, Rick Barnes, said that Ament is everything you would want here in a player body.
Well, and I think the biggest thing, too, is that he played hurt towards the end of the year and still averaged 7.5 free throw attempts in the last 10 games here, 2.3 assists. He is a big, and he's going to, as you said, he's going to develop into that body here. And he goes to a Milwaukee team that added Brayden Burries. I had them 8 and 11 on my draft board here. I think they've got 2 really good young players.
There's some big shoes for him to fill here in Milwaukee, Andrea.
Nate, first I want to ask you, when you got drafted, we saw you on the phone. Like, who were you talking to?
Talking to the Milwaukee staff. Super excited to have me. Met with those guys a couple times, so we're super excited.
Now, you've said that no one gets to decide the type of player that you are, only you. Just when did you decide that you wanted to be an NBA first-round draft pick?
I would say probably my, when I first started playing basketball with my brothers at the park, just realizing how much the game means to me, but how much it brought us closer together.
And this is your moment, I know, but I know that you also wanted to share it with your mom because of everything that you went through, just your difficult journey from Rwanda to the United States. Just what has your mom taught you about, what was going to be necessary to achieve something like this?
Yeah, I can get emotional speaking about it, but she's always supported me, believed in me. Just seeing her resilience and strength through it all just meant a lot. So.
Just to leave, you escaped Civil War in your home country. I'm told that you worked 3 nursing jobs to help the family. How did watching Nate walk across that stage, shaking the commissioner's hand, how did it make all of that worth it?
Make me feel very happy. I think he's a very good kid. He did everything I told him to. We told him to. kid. That make it easy for me as a mom.
Well, congratulations to all of you. Enjoy it.
We have a trade to announce as part of a deal to be finalized later. The Miami Heat are trading to Milwaukee Bucks the draft rights to Nate Ament, the 13th pick. And with the 14th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Hannes Steinbach from Würzburg, Germany, and the University of Washington.
Hannes followed that German pipeline to the University of Washington and is now headed to Charlotte. And he played professionally in Germany before coming to Washington. His father, as you can see, was actually teammates with Dirk Nowitzki in Germany. And Steinbach, he met Dirk, he interacted with him when he was a kid, hung around his dad's practices, and Steinbach, he told our Bobby Marks that he believes his rebounding can keep him in the NBA legs for the next decade.
There's no doubt, and they need that in Charlotte. Look, this is a prolific offensive team. They can light it up with anybody. They need some front court depth. They need a guy like this that can go get the basketball. He's strong, very difficult to root out once he gets positioned. Tough, hard-nosed is exactly what the front court needed in Charlotte to go with all of that shot-making ability.
Well, when we talk about the German lineage at University of Washington, he relied a lot on depth of trap.
Hannes, you were the first freshman since 2008 to lead the nation in rebounding. Other than being tall, which you are, just what are the Hornets getting in you that makes you such an elite rebounder?
I think just my energy to always go to the ball, always crash the fence ball, always want to finish play on defense, and just my intuition and reading the glass.
Now we have a message from a very special friend we want you to take a listen to.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got to ask, sir, if he didn't get his skills from you, where did he get them from?
From the mother.
Okay. That makes sense. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations. Thank you.
It's a family affair there for the Steinbach family. That has a good sense of humor. We apologize for the audio difficulties that we had there. But coming up next, Aday, Dybantsa, the number 1 pick, is joining us here on set. That's coming up after the break.
Going for the win.
Look at the determination on his face.
I just flip the switch. I don't know nobody else doing this. Don't ever stop.
We recognize your genius. All you need is opportunity. And the NBA Foundation is here to help America's under-resourced youth create, build, and grow careers. We're investing in your future because we're dedicated to helping young people win in whatever arena you choose.
It is a pleasure to be joined by Kenny Atkinson, head coach of Cleveland Cavaliers, the reigning NBA Coach of the Year, so congratulations on that. And congratulations on an incredible year that you guys had. I guess I want to start with what you learned throughout the process, particularly how the season ended. I think we all know how hard it is to get it across the finish line and win it with the year you had. What did you learn about your team throughout the season, and then certainly, how it played out at the end that's going to help you going forward next year?
We have a lot of talent. We play together. We got great leadership. But listen, Tim, I like our chances. I mean, we're in that small group. It's got a chance. But we got a lot to prove, right? This is 3 years now where we've been kind of knocked out. 3 years in a row, we've been knocked out at the same stage. So I'm sure you and everybody else out there is saying, hey, they got to prove it to us. And we understand that. We welcome it.
We did it. I love you. I got you, man.
Those are the sights, the sounds of draft night so far, but right now it's the Chicago Bulls that are back on the clock here at pick number 15, and they made their selection. Here's NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 15th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Dailyn Swain from the University of Texas.
Dailyn Swain played his first 2 years at Xavier before following his head coach, Sean Miller, to Texas, where he became the SEC Newcomer of the Year. He led Texas in scoring, in rebounds, assists, steals, and his first memories of the NBA are watching Russ, KD, James Harden, and our guy Big Perk in Oklahoma City. And I do love this. He says that he uses his NIL money. You can see this is just so emotional for him. He used his NIL money to pay off his mom's college debt, which is just so incredibly special and a testament to who this young man is, Jay.
Yeah, you mentioned Malique. He led his team, Texas, in scoring, rebounding, assists, and steals. He was the only major conference player to do that. He averaged 17 points, just under 8 rebounds, and just under 4 assists per game. Great versatility. He's got good skills and good athleticism. But most of his scoring is below the rim. But he can splash, get downhill, very good in transition, and he's tough. He's a really good cutter and crashes the glass. The one thing that he needs to improve upon is his three-point shooting consistency. Shot under 30% from free for his career. And I think he can improve his lateral quickness, but he's a tough-minded wing.
We are joined by Aday Dybantsa. I was almost going to say from BYU, but now officially we get to say of the Washington Wizards. Aday, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for joining us. This has, I'm sure, been a whirlwind, but you said to me yesterday that you had been number 1 in high school, you were number 1 in college, and you had no thought of dropping is how you put it now. So how did this feel? And then also, when did you know? When did you get the call?
I found out when y'all found out. I didn't get a call. My dad had my phone the whole time. So when they said the pick was in, I was just hoping that was me. And Adam Silver called my name, and I was super excited.
And that's how you wanted it to be, right? To live in the moment, to not get some tip from an agent or a call from a front office. You wanted it to be Adam Silver who gave you this great moment.
Exactly how I wanted it.
And how did it live up to how you pictured it?
It's just super surreal, kind of how you envision it. When you're a kid and you just think about getting drafted, it's exactly how you feel.
I know you want to flip the page very quickly. You're already looking forward to Summer League and putting in the work. Who is the Washington Wizards? Who are they getting? And how are we going to be talking about you 10 years from now?
They're getting a super versatile player. She's willing to play multiple positions, guard multiple positions, but do whatever it takes to win. This is the coach's dream, I think.
What do you think, AJ, that you need to improve upon as you mature as an NBA player?
Probably just off-ball defense, to get more engaged, and just consistently working on my three-point stroke.
I know one area that you've talked about improving in this past season was your leadership, especially when Richie Saunders went down. How did you grow as a leader at BYU?
I think I did. As soon as Richie went down, KY kind of challenged me to be that leader. I'm not going to lie, I didn't think I could do it. I was a young guy, I was 19, and there's like 24-year-olds on my team, but he was telling me, like, if you go to the league next year, it's what you're going to be dealing with. So you reach right now.
I played in Washington a long time ago, longer than I'd like to admit, by the way. But they will get behind a team. They will get behind a team. I think you're the kind of guy that could do that with them. What do you know about their personnel? They've got a lot of young guys, a lot of lottery picks on that roster. What do you know about their style and how you're going to fit with the guys they currently have?
Definitely after re-signing Trey, they have an all-star point guard and then AD coming back. They got an all-star base who won the championship, so I definitely can learn from those vets. But you're a young team and they want to grow and their potential is there. I think the sky's the limit.
I know that your pops has had your phone, but have you heard yet from AD, from Trey? The text started rolling in yet?
I heard from Alex and Keaton.
Okay, what was their message?
They're just saying, like, enjoy the moment. They remember being in my shoes. They just can't wait for me to get to DC.
Yeah, it's certainly a close-knit group that's forming there in Washington. Before we go, we have a very special surprise here from you, from our friends at Tops. This is the very first NBA trade Let's see it. All right. And what does it say at the bottom there?
First NBA auto.
My first NBA auto.
NBA auto. AJ, your message to Washington Wizards fans that are watching right now.
I'm just ready to come to the city, just work. I'm just work ready. I think we can do big things.
We're ready. I am so excited for you, happy for you, and I gotta say, my friend, your lineup is clean.
Crispy.
Yeah.
Crispy. Shout out Mario, my barber.
Thank you. How many haircuts in the
3 haircuts in 2 days.
There it is.
Yeah.
Is that a record?
That's my record.
That's Jay's record.
I had the same today.
Same thing. AJ, thank you so much for the time. We really, really appreciate it. In the meantime, it's the Memphis Grizzlies that have been on the clock that have made their selection here. Let's send it back to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 16th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Bennett Stirtz from the University of Iowa.
Bennett Stirtz has had such a unique rise to the NBA. He didn't receive any Division I scholarship offers, and now he's the first-round pick. And at Iowa, he led them to the Elite Eight this past year. That's the furthest they have gone in the NCAA tournament in 39 years. All smiles here for his family. And Jay, you called Stirtz your top sleeper maybe in this draft.
Yeah, he can really shoot it, Malique, and he's excellent in pick-and-roll situations. But that deep range, his footwork, he uses fakes really well, he uses deception. But his decision-making in pick-and-rolls, when he was in a pick-and-roll, he averaged 18 points per game out of those with scoring and assists that he was able to create. You know, there are certainly questions about the defensive profile, but I always thought back, Legs and I were talking about this before the draft started, I always thought back to like Kyle Korver. I remember when Korver came out of Creighton, you know, people were questioning his defense. What, he played 15 years in the league?
Right.
You know, when you can shoot it like Stirtz can shoot it, you're going to be okay.
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Ebuka Okorie from Stanford University.
Wow. Ebuka Okorie, the ACC scoring champion out of Stanford. We shared a flight here. He was lovely to chat with. This young man, he is a microwave scorer. Before deciding to go to Stanford, his final college choices were Harvard, Brown, and then, of course, the Cardinal. And originally, he picked Harvard before deciding that he was going to go to Stanford. But Jay, his best game this season, probably February 7th, right when he had 40 points against Georgia Tech.
Yeah, 9 freshmen at 40 in a game this year. I've never seen anything quite like that. But Ebuka Okorie, you know, he set a freshman record for scoring average in the ACC at 23 a game. And he had 8 30-point games, including that 40-point game you mentioned against Georgia Tech, where he had 7 threes. 7th in the nation in scoring. Another young guard that's got tremendous speed and quickness. He can change pace. It's impossible to stay in front of him.
Jay Billis, do. Your best available now as we are just over the halfway point of the first round of this NBA draft. Could one of these young men be next off of the board? We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the Charlotte Hornets on the clock.
Introducing Gatorade Low in Sugar. No artificial colors, no artificial flavors, no artificial sweeteners, and 75% less sugar. Gatorade Lower Sugar. Hydrates better than water. When you're driving to the biggest sporting event in the world, how you get there matters. Turo. Rent a car, not a rental car.
This is the one who makes sparks fly. Getting it done takes the right material, experience, and the right partner. The professional-grade products you need. Call clickgranger.com or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The investors pulled our funding. What do we do?
I'd go tumblers.
Like acrobats?
No, custom branded tumblers from Custom Ink.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, our logo.
Let's fucking go!
Over 10,000 swag options, ink is more than you think.
GLP-1s can quiet food noise. But what will fill the silence?
With Noom, your GLP-1s are paired with a personalized plan, so you can lose the weight and keep it off. Get started now for $79.
On the ship, you represent His Royal Majesty and shall dress accordingly.
Sorry, is there any leeway on the uniform? Flippy floppies, perhaps?
Silence!
Think about it.
No!
Yo, check it out. Another promo from Hard Rock Bet. A Hard Rock Bet promo at the Hard Rock Bet party. That's so meta. No, that's not meta. That's meta.
You think this is meta? This isn't meta. That's meta.
Hey, what's up, meta?
Man, you're so meta.
Open the Hard Rock Bet app and see your new promos today.
Hey, another promo from Hard Rock Bet.
Now that is meta.
No, I am meta.
I don't even know which one is the real me. You're meta.
I'm not even sure what that means anymore.
With the 18th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Christian Anderson Jr. from Texas Tech University.
Christian Anderson Jr., the Big 12 most improved player this season, and a big part of that, right, was his assists per game. They jumped from 2 to just over 7. Anderson recorded the most assists in a season in Texas Tech history, and he made the second most threes in a season in program history. And Bobby, he doesn't lack confidence because he's the best shooter in this draft, according to himself.
He's got some swagger in a good way here. He is part of the German national dual citizenship and played for Team Germany here, 42% from 3. And yes, when I met with him, he said, "I am the best shooter in this draft." And now he goes to a Charlotte team that has LaMelo Ball and Con Knippel, certainly one of the best shooters in last year's class.
Yeah, you mentioned dual citizenship. His dad, Christian Sr., was born in Germany, played college basketball, and then Anderson Jr. briefly lived in Germany during his father's playing career. But he also has really good defensive instincts here, Jay.
He does. And one of the things, I thought that Christian Anderson was the best pick-and-roll playmaker out of this college class last year. And your point, Malique, about his improvement, he took over the point and played with J.T. Toppin, who was a favorite for National Player of the Year. And those two were devastating in pick-and-roll situations playing together.
With the 19th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Allen Graves from Santa Clara University.
Santa Clara has had several notable NBA players here recently. Jalen Williams, J-Dub, Brandon Pajemski, of course, Steve Nash, and now Allen Graves, the West Coast Conference Sixth Man of the Year, coming off the bench, 31 of 35 games, the WCC Freshman of the Year. He earned first-team All-WCC honors as well, Jay, and is now headed to Toronto.
Yeah, another freshman, and Allen Graves kind of came out of nowhere playing for Herb Sendek at Santa Clara. He's 6'7" or so, got a 7-foot wingspan. He's physical, powerful, high IQ, really good offensive rebounder, but he's got versatility. He can post, and he's a good screener. He goes screener to scorer very well, average about 12 points per game, almost 3 offensive rebounds per game, and he's a good open three-point shooter. But when he operates as a screener in a pick and roll, he can roll hard or pop. He plays angles really well, and he's got great hands on the defensive end. He gets a lot of deflections and a lot of steals. There's a lot to like about Allen Graves.
That's the thing for me. He's got great anticipation on defense. He can be ahead of the play, and he can dictate. He can be aggressive. He has a high motor. But even if he finds himself a step behind, he's got quick hands and a quick reaction time. I know you all talking about perimeter shooting. He's a pick and pop threat, not a guard, but he has the ability to pick and pop and knock down threes. He's also a great connective piece offensively. The ball doesn't stick with Allen Graves. He keeps it moving.
With the 20th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Jaden Quaintance from the University of Kentucky.
Yeah, he's 1 year removed from tearing his ACL at Arizona State, transferred to Kentucky. He played just 4 games, and then he dealt with some swelling in that knee. But his head coach at Kentucky, Mark Pope, said Quaintance is one of the most physically strong, explosive, powerful human beings that I've ever seen. And that is what the Spurs are banking on. The draft continues after this.
With the 21st pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Kareem Lopez from Hermosillo, Mexico, and the New Zealand Breakers of the
drafted in the first round. He's from Hermosillo, and Lopez, he told Sports Illustrated that he wants to show people that come from the same situation that I come from, that it's possible. And really, he's done just that. And this is a family dream. His father played professionally in Mexico and for the Mexican national team. When Kareem was little, he would go to his dad's practices and dribble a ball around, and he's preparing for this. He's been preparing as a pro since he was 14 years old. When he left home, moved to Spain to play professionally before his most recent stop with the New Zealand Breakers, which is part of the Australian Professional League. Our international expert, Fran Fraschilla, has more. Fran, there's so much to like about this young man's game.
With the 22nd pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select LeBaron Philon Jr. from the University of Alabama.
This is some of the most emotion we've seen tonight. And LeBaron Philon, he's from Mobile, Alabama, the area. He stayed close to home for college. He went through the draft process last season, and ultimately he decided to go back to school. And by all accounts, Bobby, this young man, he put in the work. He took all the feedback. He improved his outside shooting. He had that notable 35-point performance in the Sweet 16. And that fast pace that he played with at Alabama, Jay noted how fast it was, right? That's going to translate well to the NBA as he makes his walk to the stage.
Yeah, I mean, he played such a high-octane offense at Alabama. There was a ton of spacing. They were electric in transition. He's a quick decision maker. And we talk about his shot improving. He's never had to improve his handles. He has had that from the very beginning. The ball is on a string with LeBaron Philon. And now that he has the more threat of shooting, he can get into the paint. And with going to Philly, think of all the options he has to find around him. He also improved his assist per game this year.
All right, 22 picks down, and now it's the Atlanta Hawks that are on the clock next. The New York Knicks, the defending champs, are coming up right up after the 2026 NBA Draft. We'll be right back.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zuby Ejiofor from St. John's University.
Honey, I have a friend with benefits.
What?
A friend with benefits.
Hey, Doug.
Shaq, Keel, O'Neal is your friend with benefits?
Yeah, with the Credit One Bank X5 card, you get 5% cash back rewards on gas, groceries, and internet.
Benefits.
We should have him sign something.
I'll sign the router.
Wow.
Don't sell us on the internet, Doug.
It's there.
Get the Credit One Bank Platinum X5 Visa signature with 5% cash back rewards on everyday essentials. Credit One Bank. What's ahead?
The FIFA World Cup is back, America, so jump on the bandwagon. Hey, Marshawn, hop on, buddy.
You know I'm more of a football dude.
You can call it that, too?
That's good enough for me. I'm home.
Take it back up. Do you fancy soul and mayonnaise? Who cares? Just pick another team.
Stay right.
David, wrong side. If this ain't winning the FIFA World Cup, I don't know what is.
NBA playoffs are here, and it's the best time of year.
Playoffs, man, nothing like about to go down, man. We'll have fun with it.
We got to do it together.
I got to do my part. We got to bring it in. We got to match it. Come on now. Go. 1 on 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait.
48 minutes together. Let's get this done. Go home. 1 on 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait.
I think you got to be a 10 right now.
Looks to step back 3 over Gilgis Alexander.
One moment at a time. You make the right decision over and over again. What a time! Jalen's time!
So should I break it to them, Bobby?
You can Sean break it.
Sean Sharanya is reporting, after all that celebration, that this pick is heading to the Los Angeles Lakers for the number 25 pick. But please, please do not let us stop your celebration here. Just know that the number 24, number 25 pick
Party. Talk about a party pooper.
All right, so really here it is the Lakers that are on the clock, but New York will be making the next pick right after that. And since there is this festive atmosphere in the air, Bobby, let's just stick with New York because why not? Again, even though this is on the move. Lex, you just got off of calling the NBA Finals. This feels like a pretty complete team that's returning their guys.
Yeah, it's complete, but there's still some depth issues. They're still trying to figure out what's going to happen with Mitchell Robinson, since there could be a need there for a backup center. They probably would like to have a little bit more size at the guard coming off the bench. Instead of going with Miles McBride and Jose Alvarado, like it's just a little bit more size as the ball handler. But look, this team found perfect chemistry at the right time. There's not a whole lot to add when you just won an NBA championship.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head, depth, right? When I saw Jose Alvarado walking around here, he's got listen, he could be a free agent. He's got a player option in his deal here. And I think when you look at Landry Shamet and Mitchell Robinson, I think when we're looking at New York going back from 24 to 25, I know this is the Lakers pick right now, but Cameron Carr could certainly be a replacement as far as when you're looking at shooting.
Well, I'm not so. I don't want to rush to turn the page for the New York Knicks from the championship legs because it was so special to see a team. We heard Adam Silver say it in our pre-draft show. For a team to win their first championship in 53 years, for it to be the New York Knicks, it's just incredible.
It's electric. It's electric for the league. That environment, that team, that franchise, a starved fan base. You got it done.
The chief of that starved fan base, Spike Lee, up on our ABC set, and someone gave him the Larry O'Brien trophy to keep track of.
Does he get to
That's
take it
his
home?
trophy. I'm sure he is. You know what? If Richard Jefferson can order a replica of his 2016 trophy, I feel that Spike Lee gets to order a replica here as well, Jay. Why not?
They may not get that one back.
He was praying with Stephen A. last year, and those prayers came true. Jay, when you're looking at it again, this pick is headed to the Los Angeles Lakers, but your best available at this point, who are the guys that you would try?
Well, Cameron Carr, who Bobby just mentioned from Baylor, who's a spectacular athlete, started his career at Tennessee and then went to Baylor and averaged about 19, 20 points a game last year. A player I really like, Chris Jr. from Houston, 6'11", an outstanding rebounder, impactful defender whose offense really started to blossom midway through the season at Houston. And then Malique Thomas at Arkansas, who can really shoot it. I mean, we talked a lot about Darius Acuff Jr., but that guy can shoot it just as well, and he can make a lot of difficult shots and terrific range. So I would say those guys, and Cole Pete from Arizona, who's not necessarily a shooter, but a big, burly, strong rebounder and kind of middle game paint scorer.
Well, the pick is in. I know we see the confetti, but again, this is headed to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Knicks will be picking after this. So for the Los Angeles Lakers selection, here's NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 24th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Cameron Carr from Baylor University.
The All-Big 12 team selection. He played his first 2 years of college at Tennessee before really coming into his own at Baylor. He had a breakout season after transferring, averaging just under 19 points a game at Baylor. His measurables at the combine, they really skyrocketed his draft stock, Andre. How has he developed?
Incredibly. I mean, you talk about the combine, 38-inch standing vertical, that was second best, 42.5 max vertical, that was the best among guards. He also put up 30 points in the combine scrimmage, and I talk about the scoring, but my favorite play, he gets a block on one end and then goes down and gets a transition layup dunk alley-oop on the other end. To me, he's an explosive athlete. He's got speed, bounce, body control. He runs the floor hard in transition, and he also has deep range, which opens up the floor for everything else and the rest of his teammates.
He's got a really good-looking stroke from deep. He can go out to 23 to 25 feet, so he's not just an athlete. He's a lob threat. He's a guy that can get out in transition. I love the way he shoots the basketball as a guy you can just plug in X amount of minutes, space the floor, play off of your playmakers.
First, we have trades to announce. As part of deals to be finalized later, the Oklahoma City Thunder are acquiring the draft rights to Bennett Stirtz, the 16th pick. The Detroit Pistons are acquiring the draft rights to Ebuka Okorie, the 17th pick. And the Memphis Grizzlies are acquiring the draft rights to Kareem Lopez, the 21st pick. And with the 25th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Sergio De La Rey from Valladolid, Spain, and the Valencia Basketball Club.
Sergio De La Rey, regarded as Spain, who was the youngest player to win MVP of the Spanish Super Cup. And let's bring Fran back in here. Fran, we will see when he debuts in the NBA, but this is a guard with positional size. What is this group getting?
Well, Lakers wanted a shooter, they got a shooter. What you know about international players at the end of the first round is they are great role players. This young man's played 70 games already this year. By the way, Valencia is up 2-1 over Barcelona in the ACB Finals. A lot of experience. Some people think he's a point guard. No way. He's a shooting guard at 6'7", and he can handle the ball some in pick and roll. But I absolutely think this is a solid pick for the Lakers. Ebuka's going to love him because they can speak Spanish on the court. But given where he is experience-wise, 20 years old, perfect.
Muy bien. I like it. Friends, thank you very much. All right, next on the clock, we have the 2023 and 2024 NBA champs back-to-back. Denver, they will be on the clock when we return.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Terrence Reed Jr. from the University of Connecticut. With the 27th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select Chris Sonek Jr. from the University of Houston.
Chris's coach at Houston, Kelvin Sampson, had high praise for the freshman big. He said, quote, he's never had one bad ounce of body language. He's always one of the first ones in the gym and one of the last ones to leave. And wherever he's playing in the NBA, that team is going to be lucky to get him. Well, it's the Boston Celtics that are the lucky beneficiaries here. He studied players like Anthony Davis. He could be a 4 or a 5, although Houston seems to use him as a little bit more of a rebounder than a shot blocker. Jay, how do you see that shaking out in the positionless NBA?
I think he's got the potential to work out as a stretch 5 in the NBA. You know, he's almost 6'11", and he's got really long arms. 7'5" wingspan, impacts the game on the glass. Really good defensive rebound. He grabs offensive rebounds too, but he can change and block shots around the rim. He's a very good rim finisher. Shot about 74% at the rim, but he's a great combination of size, length, and athleticism. And he's mobile with his rebound. He just doesn't get the rebounds in his area. He can rebound out of his area, but he's got a high release on his shot. He's got a good mid-range touch that I think can stretch out the three-point range in time. In the last 6 games of the season, playing with Kingston, Flemings, Emmanuel Sharp, Milo Suzanne.
With the 28th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Joshua Jefferson from Iowa State University.
This is always one of my favorite parts of the NBA Draft. When a young man who decides, you know what, I wasn't invited to the green room, but I still want to come, sit in the stands, take a chance, and wait to get my moment when they have that. And Joshua Jefferson, the senior forward out of Iowa State, he took that chance on Brea, and now he gets his moment in person with the commissioner.
Yeah, I absolutely love this. A smart move by Joshua Jefferson, which is very fitting because he made a ton of smart moves on the basketball court. He has a high IQ, he's skilled, he can make plays, he does a little bit of everything well to impact and change the game. Physical on his post-ups, he plays through contact, and he can handle the ball and pass it. There are so many great things about Joshua Jefferson that he's bringing to the next level.
Yeah, he's an excellent passer as a front court player. He had a 23% assist rate. You know, he rebounds the ball. He's not an elevating big guy. You know, he plays on the floor. Started his career at St. Mary's and transferred to Iowa State to play for T.J. Osselberger.
And then there were the final 2 picks of the first round of the 2026 draft after this.
To complete the beat.
evening that started with AJ Dybantsa being drafted number 1 overall by the Washington Wizards, and his new teammate welcomed him. He said, "Hold on, I'm not so sure I'm ready to give up my number 3 jersey to you quite yet. Hey, the commissioner has the pick. The graphics say Cleveland, but our Shams Charania are reporting that this pick is on its way to Sacramento. So really, this is the Sacramento Kings on the clock."
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Minnesota Timberwolves are trading to the Brooklyn Nets the draft rights to Joshua Jefferson, the 28th pick. And with the 29th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Alex Caravan from the University of Connecticut. With the 30th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Koa Pete from the University of Arizona. And that concludes the first round. The second round of the draft will begin tomorrow night at 8 p.m. on ESPN. Thank you and good night.
Where are the hardest arenas to play? The altitude in Denver is no joke. Playing in Denver, you're like, New York, welcome to the pressure cooker.
The intersection of history and TV Darryn in Boston.
Might be the loudest arena I've ever set foot in my entire life. Basketball is more than a game. It's a connection to each other, to ourselves, to what fuels us. A connection to our minds and the habits that bring us clarity and balance. To our bodies and the choices that empower us. And to our community and a shot to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Give Total Health a shot. Get connected at NBA.com/Total Health.
What is our mindset when we don't have the ball? How desperate do we want to get that ball? 50-50 balls, rebounds, boxing out, okay, guarding all the way through a possession. Okay, that's it. That is the only thing between us and the acceleration to become a great team. Come on now, let's go. Be clean, let's go, be clean.
I want this one. Come on, play. Come on. Front, back, front.
We got to be more physical at the point of attack. That's it, good. That's it, Ant, good. There you go, good. Be down and ready, Nas. Be down and ready, Nas. Down and ready. There you go.
Fine. Chase. Wait, I'm going to you.
Nice. Good job, good job, good job.
Which player do you think landed into the perfect fit? And again, I understand there could be multiple answers for this, but which one stand out to you the most?
I mean, I was looking at it, and I'm thinking, like, when we talk about this, we think, like, who has the best opportunity to win Rookie of the Year, right? Like, I think Acuff being in Sacramento gives him an edge to be Rookie of the Year. Like, he'll have the most opportunity. I like Kingston, Flemings in Atlanta as well, but they have a lot of pieces there. I watched Brayden Burries, who played in the Throne a couple of years ago, and he was one of my favorite players. Like, in this young class, one of my favorite players to watch. And I love that he's in Milwaukee, but he also has Ament there too. So, like, those two guys are going to have some opportunity. But, man, outside of Acuff, it's, like, hard to just say. Like, Cam Boozer, of course, in Memphis, he'll have probably the most opportunity as well. So outside of Cam Boozer, it's probably Acuff. But when I say Rookie of the Year, I'm just not saying they need it, but the trophy doesn't matter. But it's the best situation for them to have opportunity to shine. That's why I'm saying that. But if you're talking about longest tenured career and actually winning, and that'd be like a great role player, then you're talking about the teams that have picked pieces like OKC getting a 7'3" guy to help their group.
Aday Mara.
San Antonio getting two bigs to like help their group. You know what I'm saying? Like, these
Tyrese
are
Junior acquaintance. Yep.
These are good pieces, like, and I feel like these teams that are also still that are good already and that great at drafting still have not missed. In my like, oh, these guys are still picking well. You know, they haven't missed yet. outside of that, Atlanta, I like Kingston, Flemings in Atlanta. I like the situation for him. I think he'll have a good opportunity with some young core there and learn from, I don't know if said CJ might be there for the year or not. Yeah, I mean, AJ's AJ. He's going to be in Washington. We don't know what Trey and AD is going to happen. We don't know if they're going to flip AD or not. Darryn Peterson's going to be Utah. I like that situation for him, but again, we don't know if they're going to play him a point guard or two guard. And he only worked out from one team. I don't know if it's going to be Ace Bailey situation where they're like trying to groom him and figure it out if he doesn't want to be there because he didn't work out for anybody else. So we'll see. But I did like the Kingston Flemings at Atlanta. I did like those other pieces that I said. But when you talk about San Antonio, OKC, like the rich getting richer and finding pieces that matter and that those guys will have a long tenure career because they'll be great role players and not expected to do a lot. They're able to just grow and groom and then learn from everybody ahead of them. No better situation for those bigs in OKC and San Antonio.
That was probably my biggest takeaway from this draft. It felt like the Spurs and Thunder went into this draft thinking about each other. The Thunder were thinking about Wemby, and the Spurs were thinking about we need to sustain Wemby.
OKC and New York, we need bigs. So I know Cornet. I like Cornet a lot, especially regular season. But they're like, we need some more depth there, and I guess they didn't trust it enough. So
yeah, I want we can get into that a little bit more, but let's satisfy the need and the thirst for the big names. So here's what we're gonna do, Danny. We're gonna try and play a little speed round here. We'll do one sentence and one sentence only on each top 4 pick.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
AJ Dybantsa goes number 1 to the Washington Wizards.
As expected. I mean, I didn't see he has the most upside, the most potential. The one sentence I would say, this is what he deserved, this is what we expected. And, he's the number 1 pick, as he should be.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how he develops, knowing that he doesn't have to have the ball in his hand because you have somebody like Trae Young. And if Trae Young plays a big role in AJ Dybantsa eventually being a player that was worthy of the number 1 pick, then it's money well spent.
Yeah, if he plays well enough and helps grow this young kid into number 1 potential franchise player, then it's definitely worth it. Kind of like with not Cat different, but like what Anthony Edwards was able to do under some other guys over there in Minnesota before a lot of them left. Now, the only person that comes to mind is really Cat,
Right. Yeah, help him grow, and then eventually it's his team, and he can continue to assume more responsibilities. But I do think if you're a Wizards fan, you have to be. It's been a long time, Danny, since the Wizards fans have had optimism, and they finally have optimism. So good for them. All right. I'll ask you a specific question. Darryn Peterson goes number 2 to the Utah Jazz, and now you look at the Jazz and you say potentially Walker Kessler, Larry Markkinen, Jaren Jackson Jr., Keontae George, and Ace Bailey. In my opinion, that should be booked for a playoff seed next year. Should they be booked for a playoff seed next year?
Yes, I think they can get more depth, and they should be a playoff slot team. Like they should be. They might be in the play-in, but I still think they can be a playoff team. Like they can be a 6-7 seed type thing.
I do think the Memphis Grizzlies, if anything, need to be commended for how well they draft.
And there have been finals MVPs, league MVPs, NBA champions, all selected here in the second round. As we say hello, we will be with you for this evening alongside Jay Billis, Bobby Marks, NBA champion Iman Shumpert, Brian Windhorst. I'm Malique Andrews. Jay, before we fully turn the page here from night 1, your takeaways from what we saw in an incredibly deep draft.
At the top of the draft, with AJ Dybantsa of BYU going number 1 after all the discussion with Darryn Peterson, Cameron Boozer, it went a little bit according to script in a way, and there weren't as many surprises as you expect from a draft. All the surprises were somewhat mild. The thing that kind of surprised me, I thought there would be a little bit more trade activity in the first round, but there wasn't.
Well, and I think a big reason why is I think we're starting to see the lottery reform rules starting to have a little bit of teeth right now. And when you look at last night, there were pick swaps and there were seconds being thrown around, but you know what didn't happen? a team trading a first-round pick to get into the teams, and I talked to teams this morning, they're saying the price to get in was a top 5 to even unprotected first.
Wow, okay.
So we're starting to see, we haven't seen it go through the process yet, but we're starting to see these lottery reform rules.
Yeah, I think we obviously saw some new franchise cornerstones drafted at the top of the selections, but I thought the teams that were at the top already, they told us something. When you saw what the Oklahoma City Thunder did, they drafted size. They moved up to draft size. You saw the San Antonio Spurs, they drafted size. They drafted back into the first round to get even more size. If you're going to compete at the highest level in the NBA,
Bobby, please. I was talking about the guards and your excitement there. I want to bring in another member of our team here, Fran Fraschilla, who is more on the guards. Hey, Fran.
Mr. Shumpert's exactly right. There were 8 point guards taken between 5 and 22, and some of us think the 22nd pick, LeBaron Philon from Alabama, could be as good as anybody. And if you doubt me, Malique, just ask Tyrese Maxey where he went in the 20 draft. He was 21st, and he's an NBA star with the Sixers.
Certainly there is talent that is up and down this draft, but one thing I would never do, Fran, is doubt you. We appreciate the insight. We'll be checking in with you over the course of the night. But of course, the NBA, there's still business to be conducted here. And one team that all of us here have our eye on is the Boston Celtics, because trades, while maybe not as many first-round picks, are still happening, including the trade of Giannis Antetokounmpo, a huge headline this week. He is on his way to the Miami Heat, but that leaves Jaylen Brown still with the Boston Celtics here. And the president of basketball operations in Boston, Brad Stevens, he was asked about where he goes with Jaylen Brown now. Take a listen. This is from last night.
We had a couple meetings earlier, end of May, also before he went back overseas a couple days ago or 10 days ago or so. Spent a lot of time, just the two of us sitting down together, and then have been, like every offseason, in regular touch with his agent all the way through the last couple of days. And, obviously with all the rumor mill and all that stuff and name being splashed all over the place, that's not easy, but we certainly wanted to be as proactive and upfront with that as possible. And I thought we had really good, candid conversations.
All right, so with that, I want to bring in our senior insider, Shams Charania, into this conversation. Shams, we're hearing what Brad Stevens is saying publicly here, but what is happening behind the scenes with the Boston Celtics?
Malika, the Boston Celtics are actively engaged in trade talks surrounding Jaylen Brown with multiple interested teams, and I'm told there is a sense of purpose from teams around the league that they feel from the Celtics in these conversations. And that does not mean, though, that a deal is guaranteed, because Jaylen Brown does have 3 years left on his contract. He's got a supermax deal that he's on. But my understanding, the urgency for either side could change as the weeks go on. And this all comes in the wake of the Celtics losing out on Giannis after they offered Jaylen Brown and 2 first-round picks. Giannis ends up with Miami, and now Jaylen Brown still in Boston. He won a Finals MVP in 2024. He was a league MVP finalist this year, and now his status is very much up in the air in Boston.
Status is up in the air as we march towards free agency. Shams, thank you very much. And you've been in these locker rooms. Yeah. How does a player, an all-NBA player, move forward from something like this?
Well, I mean, as much as, Brad Stevens was up front, it's like you were up front, but you basically just told me I'm on the trading block, and you got to deal with it. Jaylen Brown's a professional. It helps that he's getting paid already. That'll keep a smile on your face. But when you're going into the next season, you're just wondering, is this question mark going to be lingering this whole time, or are we going to get this done in the summer so that I can focus on getting my team better, or the next journey ahead and getting that team better? It's definitely something that you have to deal with. We don't talk about that mental aspect of the game, but that's hard because you're in no man's land. playing. I know he's overseas right now working out and doing other things, but in the back of your head, you're trying to figure out what does my future hold.
All right, and certainly as he's asking these conversations, the Boston Celtics still have business to conduct here. What's the path forward that's most likely?
Well, Brad Stevens said a lot of very nice and respectful things about Jaylen Brown last night, but he never said he wasn't trading him.
Exactly.
He had an opportunity to do and did not do. The Celtics got into the bidding for Giannis Antetokounmpo, but did not get into a bidding war, which means they knew there was a possibility that they would not be able to execute that trade, which means that they knew that there would potentially be other trades that they would make. And my speculation is they do have another list with other teams that they'll be talking to. And I would believe that there's a very good chance Jaylen Brown is going to be elsewhere to start next season.
Well, and the one thing that Shams had mentioned, he's got 3 years left. He doesn't have a player option here. So that is if you're a team out there, that's a controllable contract. And if you're the Boston Celtics, who has title aspirations, this isn't just trading him for draft picks. They went out and tried to get a top 5 player in Giannis here. And you certainly, if they're going to move off him, you're going to want something of significant value. The other thing real quick is what we learned with the Luka trade over 2 years ago. Anything can happen.
Right.
And any player, maybe except for a couple, can be traded in this league.
Well, certainly the ones that have a no trade clause, that tends to come into fruition as well. All right, we are here at the NBA draft, and yes, we will be getting to headlines around the NBA over the course of the night, but this is what it's all about. The center of this is the draft, and I want to say hello for the first time tonight to the newest member of our team on the NBA draft for the first time, Vanessa Richardson. Vanessa, there has been so much talent that has been found here in the second round.
Yeah, Malique, if you need proof that guys selected in the second round can make your team better, look no further than reigning Finals MVP Jalen Brunson, drafted 33rd overall in 2018. Three-time league MVP Nikola Jokic was famously drafted in the second round as well. And one of the best steals ever in the second round, a guy with nearly 1,400 steals of his own, Hall of Famer Manu Ginobili. And it turns out the second round might be your best bet at drafting a tough-nosed instigator and defender. Dennis Rodman, Draymond Green, and Dillon Brooks all went in round 2. I spoke to some of the 10 young men in the screen room earlier, and they know their dreams are still alive, undeterred that they're still waiting on their names to be called. And front offices know day 2 is where they can find the precious hidden gems that can make even a playoff caliber team better and deeper. Malika?
Yeah, hidden gems, diamonds in the rough. There are certainly some excellent pieces here that can have very, very long NBA careers, and I'm excited to see who will join the NBA fraternity tonight. But the other thing that we see a lot in the second round is picks on the move. We see a lot of trades, and we've already had one. For more, let's go back to our senior insider, Shams Charania. Shams, what's going on?
Malika, we know the Knicks were active on the trade front in the first round. They had the 24th pick. They moved that to 25, and they moved to 30, and then they moved completely out of the first round. And now tonight, they had the 31st overall pick to start tonight's draft. I'm told they have made a trade with the Houston Rockets. They're sending 31 and 55 to the Rockets for picks 39 and 53 and a future 2029 Kings second round pick. So the Knicks have started their moves for the second round tonight. I actually shook hands with Ohio State's Bruce Thornton earlier tonight. I think he's going to be shaking someone else's hand here very soon.
Oh, see, that's what we call a tease, Sham. It's going to be a wonderful night, but thank you for that insight as we all take some quick notes on these picks flying around. But let's talk about the players, because we say picks, and really we're talking about people here. And there is so much talent, Jay, that could be selected tonight in the second round. Where should we start in terms of looking there?
Well, I mean, if you go by, Bobby made a good point today, if you go by best available, the second round isn't always about best available, because there are two-way contracts and players want to agree to that with their agents, all that stuff. So we're going to see some things that aren't going to go according to script in the second round, but we had some players that didn't get drafted in the first round that were first-round quality players. Malik Thomas of Arkansas, Isaiah Evans of Duke, Henri Veesaar of North Carolina. There's a lot of talent available in this second round. And as Vanessa just pointed out, and you've pointed out, just because you're taken in the second round doesn't mean you're going to not going to have a long, productive career in the NBA. And Austin Reeves just signed a huge contract, undrafted free agent.
Yes,
this isn't decided just by the draft.
Yeah, certainly. And I love the photo of him on the golf course that his girlfriend took of him celebrating this contract that he was able to get here. Bobby, who do you have your eye on?
Well, I have it on Dillon Mitchell from St. John's. Here's a player that's gone through the draft process already. He played extremely well at the Combine. He is a defensive specialist. So if you can defend in this league, you have a role in this league. And as Jay said, it's not going to go by best available here. There's the two-way rule where teams are strategizing
putting a player on a two-way. A.J. Mitchell was on a two-way. He certainly turned out to be a pretty good player.
Yeah, hey, there's certainly there's many different paths here to the NBA. Shump, you know that better than anyone. You played with so many players who were selected all over, who made huge impacts and even helped you win a championship.
Yeah, I think that's what the second round is for. It's for those complimentary guys. It's for those hard-working guys, and a lot of guys in the second round you'll see have a little bit more experience. They might be year 3, year 4. Maybe they had a red shirt year. Their bodies are a little more filled out. They're a little more NBA ready, but they're not to come over there and change a team. They're come over there to keep the train on the tracks.
Yeah.
I seen Baba Miller, who hasn't been mentioned yet. I did have my eye on Malik Thomas. I took me some notes here. Jaden Bradley, also another guard that able to control pace, change speeds all the time, and keep the train on the tracks. There's a lot of people that need guards right now and need guards that can help them at the end of games, can shoot free throws, knock down a shot, still be athletic and finish at the rim. Also, Veesaar.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Little Caesar salad.
There's the Amon that I've been waiting for.
I really like him just because they give you that classic big. I like the classic bigs that are in this draft class. They have the ability to go out here and be athletic. They do a little bit of stepping off, but they like going out there and they like setting screens.
Yeah.
They like putting their chin in there if a guy's chinning the ball with the basketball.
Like a Shump kind of guy.
You know what I mean? I like those guys. They might get a little bloody nose, but they keep on playing. Those guys that rim run, I think those guys being in the second round can really help out a team and work to their advantage because they usually get to the money quicker.
And when we see the Houston Rockets made a trade up, you mentioned the guards. This is a team that needs someone to help organize their offense while they wait for Fred VanVleet to be back and to be healthy. Is that someone that they could maybe have their eye on here, Bob?
Well, that's a priority, and I think we saw it a little bit in the playoffs here. Certainly you have Fred VanVleet, and you've got Reed Shepherd here, and now you've got a bunch of Aaron Holiday's a free agent here. So they are certainly in need of some guard depth with this roster.
Well, with that, it is time to send it over to the podium for the very first time tonight, and NBA Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum, who will be announcing the selections for the second round.
Good evening, and welcome to the second round of the 2026 NBA Draft. Day 2 of the draft is once again being held here at Barclays Center, right here in my hometown of Brooklyn, New York. Last night, we watched 30 players join the NBA family, and today, we usher in another group of great players from around the world. Thank you to all the players here this evening who've come to see their dreams fulfilled. So let's get the second round started. The 31st pick in the 2026 NBA Draft belongs to the New York Knicks, who have 4 minutes to make their selection.
All right, so this pick is actually on its way here to the Houston Rockets. And Jay, you said that it's not always about the best available or even fit at this point. So how would, if you were Houston, you be evaluating this pick?
Well, I mean, I do think at the top of the second round, best available is important. But, Bobby had brought up the point about the two-way contracts issue. And, there is some value in being an undrafted free agent. If you don't want to take a two-way and that's going to be part of what is required, then you get to choose where you go. Look, if it's me, I take the two-way. I get my foot in the door.
Oh, yeah.
You take the two-way, get on a roster and get your foot in the door. But, that's just me. But, we talked about Malik Thomas, a guy who can really shoot the ball. Henri Veesaar, who started his career at Arizona and really improved, one of the most improved players in the country this last year, and stretched out his range to be a three-point shooter. He made over 43% of his threes and made over 40 of them last year, which was a big jump for him. In his 2 years at Arizona, he didn't have a double-figure rebound game, and he averaged close to 9 rebounds a game last year. He's one of the best big guys in the country.
Well, we're talking about two-ways, and probably people at home are like, what are you talking about? What actually is a two-way contract? It's an extension of your roster. It's basically you have 15 players under contract. It's roster split 16, 17, and 18, 3 per team. A little bit less than what a second-round pick can make, which is 1.4. So you're making about $700,000. I was looking at my notes. When you're picking 31, that's not a two-way. you should be on the roster here.
Okay, so this is a breakdown of exactly what you're talking about here, Bobby, the picks that you can make in the second round and what exactly those contracts look like.
Correct. We had, in the last 2 years, we had 25 players drafted in the second round that were on two-way contracts. As I mentioned before, one of them, AJ Mitchell.
One of them, AJ Mitchell, and hugely valuable here. But Brian, let's talk about the Houston Rockets in general here. We saw them have a disappointing, maybe first-round exit to the Los Angeles Lakers, but Kevin Durant, he was hurt for the majority of that series.
Yeah, they were woefully in need of point guard play throughout the entire season.
Right.
And they will address that point guard play in the offseason, is my speculation. And they're going to begin their offseason by probably addressing the point guard play right now. They move up 8 spots in the draft. This order has been set for 18 hours. The Knicks' phones were on for 18 hours. There was a minor auction that took place. The Rockets won that auction to move up from 39 to 31, and they will draft here a player who I think has a chance to get into the rotation if he plays well at some point in this season, because they need that point guard play. Also, Fred VanVleet's coming off an ACL. He's not going to walk in and start playing 40 minutes.
And that happened before the season last year. Do we know where he is at in his recovery at this point?
He had recovered well during the season. He was even floating the concept he could come back for the playoffs. Obviously didn't happen, but he will be more than a year off the injury. But I think Houston is a team that is going to make changes to its roster this offseason. It's just the beginning of the Houston tinkering, because they're looking around and they're saying, look at the strength in their division, much less the whole Western Conference.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of why we didn't see Kevin Durant come back, because he understands that if he's going to do this, he needs to be all the way healthy. If he's going to make a push and play hurt, we saw what happened when he played hurt in previous time. I can only imagine that he wants to come aboard when he knows that they're ready to make a push. They do have some depth at that point guard spot. And not only just a point guard spot, it has to be a playmaking spot. It doesn't have to exactly be a point guard. We're in the time of positionless basketball right now. We just need somebody that can come in and control tempo, control pace, because a lot of times they look erratic, especially at the end of the shot clock sometimes. I just want Houston to have somebody, when they throw them the ball, they feel like we can all take a deep breath, get to our spots, and we know our guy could get it to them.
Well, and really that was the issue for them, was their late game offense throughout the course of the season here, and perhaps they look to address that, as you all mentioned, right now. The pick is in. Again, it says the New York Knicks, but this is going to the Houston Rockets. Here's Deputy Commissioner Mark Taylor.
There we go.
With the 31st pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Bruce Thornton from The Ohio State University.
So I love that in his player bio on the Ohio State University website, Bruce Thornton, he has all of his accolades, Jay, right? Like, he's Ohio State's all-time leading scorer, 3-time All-Big Ten selection, but also, and this is stated as a fact, that he is, quote, an all-time great dude. It just stated there as a plain and simple truth about who this young man is, and you really have raved about him.
Well, he's a 4-time captain at Ohio State. That says something right there. He's one of the most respected players and competitors in college basketball, not only over the last 4 years, but for a long, long time. He's a physical lead guard that is tough, efficient. He's a great leader. He was the only player in the country last year to shoot 65% in the paint, over 40% on pull-ups, and over 40% from three-point range. He's just a winner that gets things done. He's another guy. He's 6 feet tall, so he's not a big guard, but he's big and strong, and he can score. You mentioned Malique. He's the all-time leading scorer at Ohio State. And Ohio State's had some great players going all the way back to Jerry Lucas and Clark Kellogg, Herb Williams, you name it, Jimmy Jackson. But he can also defend. But what he really does is lead. He's very low error rate. He does not turn the ball over. He keeps it. He's a terrific pick here for Houston.
Which leads to the all-time great dude, as you mentioned, 4-time captain, the only one in school history, and he is with our Vanessa Richardson.
Bruce, congratulations. I saw the emotion on your face as you hugged your family. What was it like to hear your name called?
Man, first I wanted to just thank God, yo, because without him, I wouldn't be here. The coaches, my family, everybody that helped me to get to this process, man, I'm just so grateful, man. Like, just to hug my mom, just to say we made it, you know what I'm saying? We finally did it, all the sacrifices, are definitely worth it, yo.
You're Ohio State's all-time leading scorer, but you play really solid defense as well. What impact do you hope to have in the NBA?
I'm just trying to be a winner at the end of the day. I'm just trying to win games and just impact winning as much as I possibly can each and every night. I know it's going to be tough, but I'm built for the moment.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Malique.
Vanessa, thank you. Congratulations to the entire Thornton family. Bruce Thornton on his way here to the Houston Rockets. We're going to take a break.
He was showing both sets of teeth.
NBA
Both sets of teeth. There you go, boy. There you go, boy.
Collect one of 7 legendary cups with the FIFA World Cup meal. See mcdonalds.ca for qualifying meals.
When you live with diabetes, confidence comes from knowing your glucose levels and where they're headed. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7.
Did you know salsa was invented when Puerto Ricans took Cuban rhythms to New York? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was born when the Japanese took judo to Brazil. When North African frying traditions met Spanish dough, Spain made the churro. After Jamaicans took their sound systems to the UK, the world got punk. And this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
The game isn't over yet, but Gary just got paid with Bet365's early payout when his team went up 2 goals. Now, Gary can't stop celebrating. And honestly, sure he knows how.
Or forever hold it.
Download the Bet365 app and get paid out early when your team goes up 2 goals.
Expect more with Clutch Cars. Beauty meets performance. It's redefining the definition of what defines a car. What is he doing?
Hey, Jim?
Yeah?
You've got the wrong car. This one failed inspection. Well, we bring one in that is Clutch certified. Okay, let's move it out. Let's get over there. You see?
Clutch certified. Got it.
On a sofa, we watch TV. On a sofa, we find our rhythm. We laugh, we live. Simply the right. Struck to J'adore.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Your favorite pizza at our best price. It's Domino's best deal ever, but it's not forever. So order now at
Domino's.
Get 10 crispy, craveable hot wings for just $10. Only for a limited time. KFC. It's finger-licking good.
In bed, we sleep, we dream. We connect and we cuddle. We also have breakfast. In bed, we spend a third of our lives. Simply the right choice. Struck to J'adore.
Welcome back to the 2026 NBA Draft second round. The Memphis Grizzlies are on the clock with pick number 32, and they have made their selection. Let's go back to the podium and the Deputy Commissioner, Mark Tatum.
With the 32nd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Richie Saunders from Brigham Young University.
Richie Saunders, a 2-time All-Big 12 selection, played all 4 years at BYU. He did tear his ACL in February against Colorado, so he's still in the midst of that recovery, King.
Yeah, he's an elite shooter, and when you look at what he can do, he can put the ball on the floor a little bit more. He's more than just a shooter. He gets to his spot, and he plays with the motor. Good elevation on his jumper, can rise up and knock it down. I mean, this young man can do so much, and defensively, he gives effort. Not a great defender, but a really good defender with great positional size.
And can I tell you my favorite fun fact about him, Jay? He is the great-grandson of the creator of the tater tot. How about that? What a claim to fame. And of course, also at almost 25, he is one of the older players in the draft.
Yeah, we owe a great debt to the Saunders, to the tater tot. But Richie Saunders, to King's point, you know, that game that A.J. Dybantsa and Darryn Peterson played early in the year where they were the highlight. Richie Saunders had 33 in that game. He was the leading scorer in that game. He's a guy that shoots 40% from three basically for his career, moves really well without the ball, relocates, and what Ament was talking about before about getting your nose bloody, he sticks his nose in there and rebounds as a guard. He's 6'5", and he's tough. And it says a lot about him that with an ACL injury, he gets drafted at the top of the second round.
Absolutely. And I do want to give a formal welcome. You heard his voice, and now you see his face. King McClure joining us here as one of our college analysts here in the second round on the draft. But before we turn the page here to, it says Brooklyn, but this pick is actually going to Minnesota as a part of the Julius Randle trade. To finish up the Memphis Grizzlies here, Ja Morant is really the big question.
It's not really a question for the Grizzlies. They're going to really try to trade him. I think we probably have seen the last moments of Ja Morant in a Grizzlies uniform. It just depends on how it's going to play itself out. They are looking to totally reset their franchise. Cam Boozer's selection at number 3 is part of that. They've had difficulty finding a trading partner for Ja Morant. There's not that many teams that need franchise point guards, quite frankly. A lot of them just drafted them last night that they want to develop. The one thing the Grizzlies have on their side that they could use in a Ja Morant trade would be a $29 million trade exception, one of the largest trade exceptions in the history of the NBA that they can use to get involved in trades. But they are looking to totally turn over their franchise. We saw them trade Desmond Bane. We saw them trade Jaren Jackson. We saw them draft Cam Boozer last night, and Richie Saunders is a part of it.
Yeah, Richie Saunders now a part of that turnover. And again, it is the Minnesota Timberwolves right now that are on the clock as a part of the Julius Randle trade. And Minnesota, it seems like they have an incomplete right now with this trade. It feels like in order for them to get back to the level of being back-to-back conference finalists, there's still a piece that they're missing without Julius Randle.
Yeah, you look, the next 3 teams picking here, Minnesota, Cleveland, and Denver, all teams have moved out of the first round because they've got teams that are very expensive, and they're trying to save a little bit of money, and it's because they've got high expectations, high dollar teams. Minnesota has paid $100 million in luxury tax over the last 3 years, and they've drawn the line. They're looking at a way to offload salary, get out of the luxury tax, and that was what this move was predicated on, and now they move back in this draft, and they can get a new player here.
All right, Minnesota's pick is in. Let's send it back to the podium.
With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Isaiah Evans from Duke University.
Isaiah Evans. His nickname is Showtime Slim. He was an all-ACC third-team selection here, Jay.
He can shoot it. The last couple of years when he's been put in the game, he's been a flamethrower. He was mostly catch and shoot his freshman year. Last year, moved better without the ball, came off screens. He can shoot it from anywhere. He's got deep range, and he operated a lot with Cameron Boozer, with Boozer handling the ball, and then Isaiah Evans setting the screen and then popping out. That's how they won the Florida game in that action. But he did a better job this last year of attacking closeouts and getting to the rim. He's not the greatest of athletes, but he can get in there and dunk it on you. But his shooting is why he's getting drafted here.
I look at the game when he played against St. John's in the tournament. I mean, that right there exemplified who I think he can really be. When he catches the ball, like Jay said, his ability to be able to drive those closeouts, get to his spot. He's extremely efficient with his dribbles, doesn't try to do too much. He's a very straight line driver, but I really do love what he brings to the table with his size and his shooting ability and his quick release.
Well, and I would say this to him, and he's probably watching this right now. Last night stung, right? You're in the green room and you're the only one there, but now it's time to move forward. And I'm looking at this Minnesota roster right now, and there is certainly a hole there in that backcourt.
Yeah.
Where he's going to have an opportunity not just to make the roster, but to earn some minutes here. So look ahead. It doesn't matter where you get picked. You're part of the fraternity of this NBA.
And here's what I know about Isaiah Evans. He made such a jump from his freshman to his sophomore year. I expect him, taking the leap is what he does, and I expect it to be no different here, taking that leap into
And remember,
the NBA.
Dante DiVincenzo, unfortunately, with the Achilles injury late in the season, they need a volume three-point shooter. Made 100 three-pointers this year at Duke in a college-level season. If you can make threes with DiVincenzo recovering for most of this year, you'll have a chance to be on the court in Minnesota.
And now it is the Cleveland Cavaliers that are on the clock. This is a part of a trade with the Sacramento Kings that they made last night. And Brian, the top item here is an extension for James Harden for Cleveland.
Yeah, the Cavs are the only team in the second apron, and everybody who's ever been in the second apron made a priority to get out of the second apron.
They want to take off that apron.
Which is why last night they moved out of the first round of the pick, out of the draft to save a few dollars. Bobby can tell you on that. The Cavs are going to try to make a couple of maneuvers this year without hurting their roster. Last year we saw the Celtics get out of the second apron. They had to lose 3 or 4 very key players. The Cavs are trying to do this without having to do that, and they'll start with a new contract for James Harden.
And then a new second-round pick that they are adding right now. The pick is in, so let's go back to the podium.
With the 34th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Malique Thomas from the University of Arkansas.
Another Arkansas player on his way to the NBA after Darius Acuff was selected in the first round. And John Calipari says that Malique Thomas reminds him of Rip Hamilton a little bit. A talented scorer. He really doesn't lack confidence. He participated in Chris Paul's camps growing up, and so I reached out to Chris. And Chris told me that he loves to play the game, and he will run through a wall if you told him that he could get some playing time here. He comes from a big family, and now he gets his NBA moment.
And Malika, another shooter. Like Malique Thomas can really shoot it, and at times he's conscience free, and I don't mean that in a negative way. Like he thinks he can make every shot, and last year he just about did. In SEC play, he shot close to 49%, and in March, when the games matter most, he averaged 18 points, shot 47% from 3, played in the same backcourt with Darius Acuff Jr., and he's got range. He can shoot it off the catch. He can shoot it off the dribble, and he makes contested shots. He's a low turnover player. He doesn't cough it up very much, and he's got 3-and-D potential. He can shoot it from the corner. He spaces the floor, and he can also score in isolation and create for himself.
Jay, you really highlighted his offense, but I want to talk about his defense. When you look at his wingspan, his ability to be able to stay in front of the basketball, I think that's the most underrated facet of his game. In the NCAA tournament, he averaged 3 steals per game. He gets in the passing lanes. He can really keep you in front, and he makes your life chaos on the defensive side.
And he also makes his family. I mean, this is really what it's all about when you look at up and down the draft, or these moments, and now he's with our Vanessa Richardson.
Well, thank you so much, Malique. We saw you taking it all in. What are the emotions that come with being drafted tonight?
I would really just say the emotions tonight is all of the hard work paid off. We here now. I thought every day, like all of my hard work, sacrifices, dedications, everything my parents did for me, siblings did for me, I had to do for my siblings, just all one big emotion built up into this moment. Now it's time to get to work.
Your coach, John Calipari, said that you're a gym rat. He said you live in the gym and that you're extremely confident. What type of NBA player do you want to be with that sort of dedication?
With the dedication that I have, always living in the gym, always staying in the gym, and know nothing else but the work. The work's going to show for itself. So in due time, everybody going to wake up and realize.
Great stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Malika, back to you.
And there is that confidence that we are talking about, already putting the league on notice here. All right, it's the Denver Nuggets that are on the clock next here, as Malique Thomas gets celebrated once again. Denver is on the clock, and remember, Jokic was a huge selection in the second round here. He was actually drafted. It's one of my favorite stories. When a Taco Bell commercial was running, he didn't even get to hear his name called in that moment. And I asked him after he won Finals MVP, what do you say to that kid now? And he said, well, you don't bet against the fat boy. And we shared a laugh over that. But Nikola Jokic, the 41st pick in the 2014 draft, and went on to be a multiple-time league MVP, a Finals MVP as well. And the Finals is where the Denver Nuggets, Brian, are really trying to get back to here. Of course, the injuries to Aaron Gordon last season were a huge part of what made them not have a deep postseason run. But Jokic is eligible for an extension here. Yeah, that's going to be their number one offseason priority, getting him into an extension. And he's indicated he will likely sign that extension. They're probably under a little bit of payroll pressure, which is something that they're going to try to deal with in the next couple of weeks.
possibly trying to keep Peyton Watson, their key restricted free agent wing, and it would help them, and it has helped them in the past to get a useful player in the second round. They traded back from late in the first round to this pick. I'm sure they have a player targeted that they think can help them.
I think scoring. They're going to probably lose Tim Hardaway Jr. and possibly Bruce Brown also off the bench, and there is a gapping hole at the 2 guard here. So they can go a lot of different directions here, but as Brian said, the Peyton Watson restricted free agency is going to be what to watch along with the Jokic extension.
Yeah, and when you talk about their bench score, I mean, they brought Bruce Brown back. He was on the championship team. He left, he went to Toronto. He came back in part because they needed to bolster their second unit, including a backup big, someone to back up Nikola Jokic. What are we looking at for them there this summer?
Well, also, you have Jonas Valanciunas has got a partially guaranteed contract. I would expect, I don't want to talk for the Denver front office, but if you're looking to get some financial relief, that you would waive Valanciunas and then you would stretch out his money over 3 years. That would give you a little more flexibility.
So as the Denver Nuggets look to add to their roster, their pick is in. It's time to go back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum to see who the Denver Nuggets have selected.
We have a trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Brooklyn Nets are trading to the Minnesota Timberwolves the draft rights to Isaiah Evans, the 33rd pick. With the 35th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Trevin Brazile from the University of Arkansas.
Trevin Brazile spent his first year of college at Missouri, the next 4 at Arkansas, and Jay, he is excellent at finishing at the rim. Also, a success on the defensive end.
Back-to-back hogs. Woo pig suey. As you mentioned, Trevin Brazile started his career at Missouri. When he transferred to Arkansas playing with Anthony Black, he injured his knee, and that set him back a little bit. But playing for John Calipari, especially last year, he has got NBA-level athleticism. He can run. He's a good cutter, a lob threat, but he also can knock down threes at a high rate. Last year, he was the only Division I player to have over 50 assists, over 50 blocks, and over 50 steals. And he made over 40 threes.
Well, and also, he can really slam it home. He made NBA Today's Upper Room with Vince Carter, and if Vince Carter is complimenting one of your dunks, you know it's pretty good. More from the 2026 NBA Draft second round after this.
The Government of Canada is bringing down your costs so you can get ahead. With the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, eligible Canadians will save up to $1,890 per family in the first year alone. We're also suspending the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel to help bring down gas costs this summer. Because a more affordable Canada is a stronger Canada. Learn more at canada.ca/gettingahead.
Genesis believes in a vehicle purchase and ownership experience that's centered around you. With the option to customize and purchase at home or in store. And have confidence in the journey ahead with 5 years of complimentary scheduled maintenance and service that comes seamlessly to your doorstep. This is what makes us different. This is Genesis.
Did you know salsa was invented when Puerto Ricans took Cuban rhythms to New York? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Japanese took judo to Brazil. When North African frying traditions met Spanish dough, Spain made the churro. After Jamaicans took their sound systems to the UK, the world got punk. And this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
What you doing, Dad?
Living the dream. You'll see.
Hey, how are you?
Living the dream. Living the dream. Living the dream.
Living the dream.
That's my life.
Living the dream?
Don't say it. Hey, Dad. Living the dream.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Your favorite pizza at our best price. It's Domino's best deal ever, but it's not forever. So order now at
knows.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West, coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
On a sofa, we watch TV. On a sofa, we find our rhythm. We read, we laugh, we live. Simply the right choice. J'adore.
Welcome back to Brooklyn. We are live from Barclays Center for the second round of the 2026 NBA Draft. And it's the Los Angeles Clippers that are on the clock here, Bobby. And I have to imagine that their top item this offseason, it has to be Kawhi Leonard will be going into next year on an expiring deal. And historically, we don't see him like to play on those, although, of course, the one-year deal with Toronto.
Well, you're right. I mean, and when you look at the Clippers, who were one of the most seasoned teams last year. Now they go younger.
That's nice. Is that a euphemism for old?
People call me seasoned. I'm old.
You're seasoned, Bobby.
You look good, Bobby.
When they went Keaton Wagler, and now you look at the future of Kawhi Leonard entering the last year of his contract.
Yep.
How does he fit into what's going to happen with him? He's extension eligible. He can extend for 2 years. They also have some players that have team options: Nicholas Batum, Brook Lopez, Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Well, so those are the decisions that the Clippers are going to have to make. But in the more immediate future, it's who are they going to select here? We will have that answer imminently because the deputy commissioner is ready as we head back to the podium.
With the 36th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Baba Miller from Palma de Mallorca, Spain, and the University of Cincinnati.
Baba Miller played 2 years at Florida State, 1 season at Florida Atlantic, and then 1 year at Cincinnati. He was born in Spain. He was an all Big 12 selection after becoming the first Cincinnati player to lead his team in points, in rebounds, and assists per game since Oscar Robertson King.
He's one of the most unique talents in the draft. At 7 feet, the way that he can move, he can run like a deer. The fluidity of movement at his size is exceptional. And when you look at his actual game, he can handle the ball. He can get to the mid post. And the most underrated part of his game is his passing. I look at the game against Kansas, 8 assists. 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio guy. He's a great athlete. I have no doubt in my mind that Baba Miller is going to be a great pro and make this team exceptionally happy.
And he rebounds at a really high rate. Your point about his speed, he changes ends really well. He's a graceful athlete. He can switch. He can block shots at the rim. The one thing that I think is a point of improvement, he's been an inconsistent shooter, but he's got a lot of ability. And King, you nailed it. Like, his passing really sets him apart. He's got excellent vision, and I think he'd be a really good NBA player, especially with that length. He's got over a 7-foot wingspan at 6'10".
Led the Big 12 in rebounds per game, to your point about him being an exceptional rebounder here. And now Baba is with our Vanessa Richardson.
Thanks, Malique. Baba, you started playing professional basketball in Spain when you were just 12 years old. What makes you so ready for the NBA?
I feel like I've been through so much throughout my whole career. All the work that I put in, all the people that have helped me get here kind of prepared me for this moment, so I'm just ready to get to work.
What skills and elements of your game are you most looking forward to showing in the league?
I feel like I'm a very versatile player. I feel like just defensively, being able to guard different positions, bring intensity on that end, and then obviously I feel like my playmaking is a big part of who I am and what I do on the floor, so I'm excited.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Yeah. Malique, back to you.
Vanessa, thank you so much, and congratulations to the Miller family. Next on the clock, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder, or should I say the second-round Kings here. I mean, they really have been able to find talent in so many different ways. In the second round, undrafted players that have made an impact. And one of those players is Isaiah Hartenstein, who we saw, he was huge for them, Bobby, even in these playoffs. That little push shot he has became such a weapon. But he's a question mark for them. Are they going to be able to retain him and someone else on that graphic, Lou Dort?
Well, I agree, and both players have team options here, and we're going to learn a lot when we get closer to June 29th, which is the option date. Both are 2 starters.
Yeah.
So I think both will be back on this roster. I think they're too valuable. I think either you can exercise the option You could decline the option. You can sign them both to a new contract. Maybe at a limit. Their agents don't want to hear this. At a little bit of a lower number potentially here. But when you look at the Thunder, they've got a little bit of a roster crunch too. They got 16 players under contract. So we'll see what happens with this spot here in the second round.
Right. Drafted Aday, Bennett, Stirtz both yesterday as well, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, one guy here, if they're going to keep this pick, is Emmanuel Sharp, that would fit their culture from Houston, because he's an outstanding defender and he can really shoot it.
And that's certainly, I mean, that's what does the Oklahoma City Thunder look for, right? They look for two-way players that really want to sit down and defend.
Yeah, so we saw earlier this week, Aaron Wiggins was a very big success development story for them. They traded him to Atlanta, basically in a move to create a roster spot and move off some money. I suspect we could see another type one or two of those moves. One of the reasons why I think they traded up to get Bennett Stirtz last night out of Iowa was to help replace what they just traded in Wiggins. It's possible we could see them pick a player here who might replace a player who they may have to offload in the next few weeks.
Right, and health, of course, was such a huge factor for them down the stretch of the season with injuries to J-Dub in particular, but also A.J. Mitchell.
Yeah, I think A.J. Mitchell is such an underrated player for them. And the fact that, really Mitchell, one of the reasons why they won 60 games again this year was because Mitchell filled in for Jalen Williams so well. And I think there was a call for the Thunder to make changes after they had the disappointing exit against the Spurs. But the Thunder felt like if they were healthy, they would have been back in the finals.
Yes. Yeah, and some of those questions were surrounding players like Chet Holmgren. I just think that sometimes you have a series that maybe isn't as good as you've seen in the past, but those aren't the sweeping changes we're expecting here. The pick is in.
With the 37th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Ryan Conwell from the University of Louisville.
Conwell has a really interesting college journey, and he is not afraid to shoot threes, Jay.
He's not. He started his career at South Florida, then went to Indiana State, then Xavier, and then Louisville. And this last year at Louisville, the lefty who has deep range and is not shy, Malique, as you said, made over 100 threes for the Cardinals. He's got almost 350 career three-pointers. And last year, he averaged close to 21 points versus ranked teams. He can shoot it off the catch. He can shoot it off the bounce, and really shoots it well in transition. And also an excellent free throw shooter. He's got a big, strong body, and he can play fast. They got up and down the court quickly.
What I was the most impressed with him is his ability to be able to be an on-ball defender. I think when you look at what he did at Indiana State versus what he did last year at Louisville, he was able to really sit down and stop the ball at the point of attack. He caused havoc up top, and I think that's where he's grown the most. We know what he can do offensively.
Right.
He's a bucket getter. He's a tough shot maker. So when you look at what he can do defensively, I think that's where he fits in right now. Defensively is where he can make his impact immediately.
And he can fit in Miami, too, because we're hearing that this pick is now on the move. We're going to have more details with our senior insider, Shams Charania. Again, this pick is headed from the Oklahoma City Thunder to the Miami Heat. One of the reasons that I love the draft so very much, it's the joy. It's dreams coming true, and that's what we've gotten to see both last night and today. Also, a new meme was born. Thanks, Dusty May. We'll be right back.
Did you know salsa was invented when Puerto Ricans took Cuban rhythms to New York? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was born when the Japanese took judo to Brazil. When North Africans met Spanish dough, Spain made the churro. After Jamaicans took their sound systems to the UK, the world got punk. And this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
The Chevrolet Bolt is back with faster DC charging and huge tech upgrades and range to keep you going. Oh yeah, the Bolt is so back. Starting from $35,123 cash purchase price for eligible customers, the Bolt LT is Canada's price for an EV that has over 400 kilometers of estimated range.
Thanks for making mortgage rates make sense.
That's what TD Mortgage Direct is here for.
Mortgages? Let your Uncle Sal explain things. I'm good with TD. I'll be over here knowing things.
TD, more human.
It's nothing. We have Bounty. It's 50% more absorbent so you can use less. And one sheet holds up better while ordinary brands fall apart. It's gone.
Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
There's going to be a short break here. The players are having their last top-up.
Dude.
The Hillman's Mail Break. Up your break game.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Your favorite pizza at our best price. It's Domino's best deal ever, but it's not forever. So order now at
Domino's.
With the help of mini wheats, this family filled up with a high-fiber breakfast. From there,
exciting news. Baseball is in Toronto.
We were a collection of guys and truly felt Canadian.
Who better in that moment than Joe Carter?
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
We say we got to kill him.
Welcome back to Brooklyn for the second round of the 2026 NBA Draft. The Chicago Bulls are on the clock and the pick is in. Let's go back to Deputy Commissioner Tatum.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the New York Knicks are trading to the Houston Rockets the draft rights to Bruce Thornton, the 31st pick. With the 38th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Brayden Smith from Purdue University.
Brayden Smith had an incredibly impressive collegiate career, and both of his parents played college basketball as well.
Well, he's the all-time assist leader in college basketball, passing Bobby Hurley of Duke this last year. And Brayden Smith's only 6 feet tall, but he's got the wingspan of a guy 6'3", 6'4". He can get by you in pick and rolls. He's very crafty, and he's very smart. Does a great job in the mid-range. He can get shots off, but really his playmaking is what makes him a draft pick here.
Jay, I know you would have loved to play with a guy like Brayden Smith, because I surely would have, but I knew he was good. It wasn't this past season. It was the season before in the tournament when they played against Houston in the tournament game. His ability to be able to pick apart a Houston defense. We know that Houston loves to load up. They love to send extra help. But when they blitzed the ball screen, he was able to get rid of it, pick on the tag, and get it to the opposite corner. I was like, oh, this boy is good. He is legit. So that right there shows me that he is NBA ready to be able to make plays from day one.
Yeah, and certainly that's something that is always at a premium here. But Bobby, before I get to you, this pick is already on the move. He said,
I'm trying to set you up here.
Let's go back to our senior insider, Shams Charania, because we've had 2 picks move around recently. Shams, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, Chicago has traded Brayden Smith at 38 to the Indiana Pacers. This involves a current player, a player going to his second season next year. Cam Jones, future pick swaps, and cash going to Chicago. Brayden Smith going to Indiana at 38. There's also another trade at 37. Ryan Conwell goes to the Miami Heat for number 41 and cash. So Miami moves up, takes Ryan Conwell. Oklahoma City will be picking at 41.
It'll be popular in Indianapolis.
Yes, popular in Indianapolis. Bobby, you said that this was a good move here for the Miami Heat.
I agree. When you look at the Giannis trade, I do agree. I am agreeing with myself. Hey, we need some coffee up here soon. When you look at the Giannis trade, they have hard capped themselves at the first apron. They have 5 roster spots available, basically $18 million to fill 5 roster spots. You get a player on a $1.3 million contract. He can help you out with your depth. I met him in Santa Barbara when I went out and interviewed him. I talked with the people at P2 who do all the athletic testing. They compared his numbers to Anthony Edwards.
Oh, wow. That's quite a comparison.
High-level athleticism here, and he'll fill certainly a void in that Miami bench here, especially at the 2 guard.
Yeah, Miami is looking to certainly fill out their roster after that huge trade here. So remember, this is now, it says the Houston Rockets, but this is the New York Knicks that are on the clock
Will they
right
finally
now
draft? They've traded back 4 times,
Yeah.
so they finally draft.
There's still time, Brian.
Well, part of what they're doing here is, in addition to collecting a little bit of cash, because they've made over $5 million in moving picks in the last 12 hours, they are also trying to protect against the second apron. We heard Jim Dolan, their owner, come out just after they won the championship and say, I don't want to go into the second apron. They have Mitch Robinson and Landry Shamet that are free agents. They have some maneuvering to do here. And this maneuver, going back in the draft, will save them money. And this is a team that has gone on the razor's edge of the second apron several times, but they have been experts staying out of it. They're working. I know it seems like they're just backing up, but they're actually working very hard.
But isn't there a difference in the second apron when you're keeping your own players?
Hallelujah. Somebody said it.
Bobby
yes,
agrees.
You are allowed to, yes, you'll exceed the second apron, but the apron rules are there to retain your own free agents. So when you look at Mitchell Robinson and Landry Shamet and Jose Alvarado has a player option, if I'm the Knicks, I want to roll back that depth that helped you beat San Antonio, and I'm not relying on second-round picks, no offense, and players on veteran minimum contracts. So yes, you can retain your free agents.
All right.
It's a good spot to agree with yourself again.
One of the factors, though, is when you go into the second apron, you are restricted from changing your roster. So that's part of the things that you have to think about. Even though they had a championship team, they don't want to be locked into not being able to change their roster.
Well, it appears, Brian, that the Knicks are picking.
With the 39th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Jack Cahill from Berlin and Germany's Alba Berlin club.
Jack Cahill decided to declare for the draft after originally committing to Gonzaga here, as he shares a moment with his family. He was born in Berlin, Germany. His mother is German, his father is from Ghana, and he played in the Basketball Bundesliga, the German professional league, where he led his team in scoring. He was named the best young German player. So let's check in with our international expert, Fran Fraschilla, about this special player.
This young man on Sunday night just won the German league title. Alba Berlin upset Bayern Munich at 20 years old in a very good pro league. He really came into his own. Now keep in mind, this is a young man that played with Christian Andersen and Hannes Steinbach last summer on the under-19 team that lost to the United States, A.J. Dybantsa and Mikel Brown. Athletic, strong, improving IQ as a point guard, and playing, as I mentioned, in a really good league. Now, he's a tough shot taker. Sometimes he's a tough shot maker. And when he makes those shots, they're usually big shots. For 20 years old, this young man, still a work in progress, but a great pick at 29.
A great pick here at 39. And now he is with our Vanessa Richardson.
Thank you, Jack. You and your family were all smiles. How would you describe the feeling when you heard your name called?
I'm just honored and grateful, and not only for me, also just for the people who helped me getting here. And yeah, I'm super happy right now.
How did your international experience prepare you for the NBA?
A lot, I think. I think I already saw for a young guy a lot of places and different playing styles, different players and different systems. And that can help me, I think, also in the future.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Malika.
Vanessa, thank you. Now it's the Boston Celtics that are on the clock here, Brian. And as we spoke earlier with Shams Charania about how they move forward with Jaylen Brown. All of that aside, it seems like what Boston was saying was that all year we believe that as long as we get healthy, we are going to be good enough. And this seems to be an admission that maybe there is a gap.
Yeah, this really caught me by surprise. Boston sort of coming to this conclusion they needed to change their roster. They played admirably without Jason Tatum, kept themselves up in the standings. Tatum came back. They looked like one of the best teams. A lot of people had them winning the Eastern Conference at the start of the playoffs.
And Brown was a huge part of that.
And some people thought that they might go toe-to-toe with the Knicks had Jason Tatum not gotten a calf injury. But internally, I think the Celtics looked at their team. Brad Stevens came out right at the end of the season and said, I don't think we were good enough. We did not perform that well against the top teams. And so they have made the decision that they need to alter their roster to improve their chances in a rapidly changing Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and this could be a huge summer here for the Boston Celtics. The pick is in.
With the 40th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select Dillon Mitchell from St. John's University.
Mitchell, he played 4 seasons of college basketball here. How has the game really slowed down for him, Bobby, ahead of the draft process? You spoke to him.
Oh, I did. And, the one thing that his defensively, his versatility is NBA level right now. But, Malique, the one thing that stood out when we watched him out in Chicago was passing. He had 1 game of north of 8 assists here, and that's something that he's certainly has worked on.
He's a highlight reel, just a spectacular athlete. Now, all his scoring is going to come in the paint. 90% of his field goal attempts were in the paint. He doesn't score outside of it right now, but that sort of athleticism, length, defensive versatility, he can really guard, and he could really change ends and the lob threat as well.
And headed to Boston, now it is Miami that is on the clock here. And when we talk about Miami, now we're talking about the era of Bam Adebayo, Bobby, and Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Well, we are, and it's certainly a win-now trade, right? And a win-now trade when you get Giannis and you get Bobby Portis in a deal. Now it's kind of about filling out the gaps. And remember, this pick is going to the Thunder.
Yep.
So they're going to flip-flop here. Oklahoma City picks up here. But Miami had been toiled in the play-in forever. And now you basically push your chips in the middle and say, we're going to go to bat with Giannis and Bam Adebayo.
Yeah, look, I think Miami is in a position that they got the prize in this offseason. They have a top 5 player. He is still in his prime. I think he's got a lot left. Their team is probably going to need 2 transaction cycles. We need to probably see this summer and maybe the trade deadline.
Is that what 2 transaction cycles? Does it feel like it's a win? This team right now is a win now team. It still feels like they're a move away.
I think they're going to be an elite defensive team instantaneously as soon as they get on the court. I don't think that their team will be built out because they're going to be restricted to how much they traded for him. But the Heat have done this before. The Heat took themselves down to 2 players under contract in 2010, built their team back up, and made the next 4 finals. The mechanisms to do that are a little tougher in this day and age, but Andy Ellisberg, Pat Riley, Adam Simon, Eric Spoelstra, their development staff, these are the same people that did it 15 years ago. I believe they'll do it again. It's just going to take them some time.
Well, in an elite level scouting department, Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, players that they have kind of found undrafted here, they'll be able to go out and we're probably in December, we're going to be like, where'd that guy come from?
Right.
That's what Miami does.
Well, it's what Miami does. It's what Oklahoma City, where this pick is actually going, does. It's both of what these scouting departments do. So again, this pick is headed to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the pick is in. Let's go back to the podium.
With the 41st pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Otega Oweh from the University of Kentucky.
Otega Oweh, his highest scoring game of his college career came in the round of 64 at this year's NCAA tournament. Who could forget that 35 points he had against Santa Clara?
When you look at Otega Oweh, this pick is going to OKC. He fits perfectly. You talk about a guy who can be the next Lou Dort. He has an NBA-ready frame. He can really get after you defensively and make you uncomfortable. Offensively, he's not a great shooter. He's an improved shooter. He's gotten better over the course of his career, but he's still not a great shooter. However, downhill force. When he drives the ball, gets to the rim, he puts pressure on your defense, draws a lot of fouls. I think this is perfect because of what he can do on the defensive side.
And he comes from an athletic family. His brother plays for the Washington Commanders here. Somewhere Tim Legler is very happy about this selection and this family's success. We're going to take a quick break here, but coming up, the Western Conference champs, the San Antonio Spurs, are on the clock.
No matter how you play your game, sometimes the best play is a pause. So you can choose how you want to play. Take a pause and
the hotel deal highlights from Trivago. Jurgen, this couple just saved over $100 a night on Trivago.
They got their tactics right.
Let's see it again. This hotel normally costs $310 a night, and boom, $200.
Trivago just makes it look easy. World class.
Score your own deal on Trivago when you compare hotel prices and save up to 35%.
That's what winning looks like.
Hotel Trivago.
We are the first team in history to win back-to-back-to-back promotions.
Nobody in their wildest dreams expected us to go back-to-back-to-back.
What world are we living in here?
Wrexham is definitely back to being the underdog. We are now fighting to play in the Premier League.
And go back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back. Get it again.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, da.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal, and you deserve something you love, because it's where big life things happen, and little ones too. This is your car, and sometimes your office. Whoa, it's okay, we're good. And you're going big places. Wait, where are you going? At Car Gurus, we get it. With deal ratings and a massive selection of vehicles, we make sure your big deal is the best deal. Car Gurus.
Introducing Subway's wannabe spicy menu. From mild piri-piri ranch chicken to wild hot honey chicken to wicked Nashville-style deli. All on new ghost pepper bread with fiery flavors like new hot honey sauce. How spicy do you want to be?
At the table, we eat. We put down our screens. Well, we try. We win, we lose. At the table, we savor every moment. Simply the right choice. Straw.
Bathfitter didn't just fix the bathroom. We engineered a revolution. The PermaFit system, custom built to the millimeter, delivering the ultimate watertight solution. Bathfitter, more than a renovation, a revolution.
Welcome back to Brooklyn. We are live from Barclays Center, where the San Antonio Spurs here are on the clock. Bobby, it was so much fun to watch them in the NBA Finals, and it felt like a lot of this, as Iman Shumpert, NBA champ, is back with us, a lot of their deficiencies were just youth and inexperience and mistakes that they made in the little moments, and it all comes down to the details.
Yeah, I think that, when you start talking about the second round, this is the beauty of it. They get to take a step back and they get to look at what's in front of them and say, hey, how can I add to this and how can I do it the right way? They always talk about it doesn't make sense where you get drafted. It does make sense. If you get drafted in that second round, yeah, it can be a beautiful situation. But when you come in, you have to be ready to play. You have to be ready to show signs of being an older guard or an older veteran on whatever college team you are on, right, wherever you're coming from in that situation. You're not supposed to have a bunch of upside. You're supposed to have a little bit of polish. Well, and we have the pick already. It's in. They've made a quick decision here, Shum. Shall we send it back to the podium? Man, let's do it. Let's go back. Let's do it.
With the 42nd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Jacoby Gillespie from the University of Tennessee.
Jacoby is a defensive pest in the best way, but he can also create his own shot here. And by the way, his favorite athlete, Jay, is Kobe Bryant because he's named after him.
Yeah, that's a good thing to be named after. He's a small guard, but another guy with long arms, and he knows how to generate offense. He averaged over 18 points a game, over 5 assists, but he also gets 2 steals a game. He's an isolation creator and a really good handler and shot maker. He shot over 40% on spot-up threes, and he can be a disruptive defender. And playing for Rick Barnes, you better guard, and he did that. Yeah, spent 2 years at Belmont, a year at Maryland, and then ended his career in Tennessee. As we turn now to the Brooklyn Nets, but we have a trade to report here. So let's go back to our senior insider, Shams Charania. Shams, what can you tell us about what's happening in Memphis?
Malika, sources tell me that the Detroit Pistons are sending
Isaiah Stewart to the Memphis Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. So the Pistons now are clearing Stewart's salary off the book. He's being absorbed by the Grizzlies. They're getting some future assets as well. But this is clearly a move, a precursor for the Pistons now for something else. They have been searching for scoring help. They were set to pursue Austin Reeves as a free agent. Today, he reached agreement on a max contract with the Lakers, but Kobe White, Tyler Hero, is there another name like a Norman Powell that the Pistons could now pursue? But the Memphis Grizzlies now get a 25-year-old rugged big man. We know they just picked Cam Boozer, Zach Edey, and now Isaiah Stewart.
All right, so move over Memphis barbecue. It's time for Memphis beef stew. Bobby, what does this trade mean?
2 years left on his contract. He was on pace for probably one of the all-defensive teams before he didn't hit the 65-game requirement. $15 million and $15 million last year is a team option. He goes to the Memphis Grizzlies. Brian can talk about the. I think there's something brewing in Detroit.
Something stewing?
Something.
Yeah. So first off, the Pistons felt they could do this because Paul Reed, B-ball Paul, played so well at the end of last season. He will slide into that situation. They already had about $30 million in salary cap space. The Lakers increased their offer over the last 24 hours to get this deal done with Austin Reeves. Why? Why did they do that? Because they knew that there was a chance that that Detroit was going to open up space. So who is their target now? Yes, every all those names that Sham said are true, but what if they go big game hunting? What if they check on the availability of Kawhi Leonard? We're not quite sure whether he's going to extend his contract in LA or be traded. What if they look at some of the bigger names that could be out there? Heck, they've cleared enough open space. They can call LeBron James if they wanted to. So I think the big story here, this is interesting. Memphis is building a big front line. Look at, they draft Cam Boozer to put him next to Edey. That's interesting what they're building there. More Western Conference teams building up size. But Detroit is setting themselves up to be the story of this offseason, one of the stories of this offseason after falling short when they needed more scoring and creation in the playoffs last year.
And they have a financial window right now because remember, Jalen Darryn and then Asar Thompson, they're going to get paid. So if you're going to use some of that flexibility, you're going to do it right now.
Yeah, well, because they were the #1 seed through the regular season, and then they just ended up falling a little bit short. Yes. All right, so we've been chatting about this trade that just happened, but right now it is Brooklyn, and their pick is in.
With the 43rd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Tyler Bilodeau from UCLA.
Tyler Bilodeau, he comes from a sports family. His mom played in the WNBA. His dad was a first-round pick in the NHL, and he can really shoot the basketball, Jay.
He really can. Front court player. He's got a 7-foot wingspan, about 6'7.5". But he's got NBA range. Made 40% of his threes. He can pick and pop. He can shoot off screens. He may not be the quickest or most athletic defender, but he sticks his nose in there and he'll rebound. There's a question about whether he can do it off the dribble. When you've got size and you can shoot it, he's got a place in the NBA.
Yeah, he reminds me of Vukovic. Anytime I could see a guy and he got somebody that he reminds me of, I think he's just going to be all right out there. He's a guy that can shoot the ball. I know what you're saying as far as a handle. He doesn't do too much wiggling, but any guy that can show himself a threat at the three-point line and get to that shot fake and do a straight line drive is going to be okay in this league.
And any guy who gets you talking about the wiggle.
Yeah, I like when you got a little wiggle to you. But if you don't, it's okay. I can deal with the shot fake and straight line.
As night 2 of the 2026 NBA Draft continues, we've already seen so many medical moments of pride. And there's going to be so many more. More from Brooklyn coming up after this.
Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. The sweet scent of a honeymoon in Fiji. Moisturized with vitamin B3.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
Ooh, can you get my bag?
Cause it feels
All right, here we go.
Not all Canadians are nice. Don't do it. But at Betano, our players sure are. Join in the fun at Betano.
Expect more with Clutch cars.
Hey, Jim, you've got the wrong car. This one failed inspection.
Oh, what now?
Why don't you explain why we're not selling this one while our mechanics bring one in that's certified?
Right, okay. Well, every car must pass Clutch's full 210-point inspection, or they won't sell it. Only Clutch demands higher quality standards, more mechanics on every car, and you've got 10 days to love it or return it. That's Clutch certified. So how's that?
What if one sip changed everything? Prepare yourself for the Superpower Smoothie, a vibrant blend of mango and banana with passion fruit and guava, finished with vanilla frozen yogurt and a blue spirulina glow, bringing a bright sun-charged burst to every sip. So go ahead and channel your inner superhero. Then catch Supergirl in theaters June 26th.
Isn't it nice when things are as good as gold? You know, when your fave spot is always nice. And your usual? Perfect. If dating matches always match there, well, hello. And all your friends arrived right on. As for your investment, imagine if everything was as good as gold.
Welcome to Shell, where your rewards go further. Now Scene Plus members, Scotiabank, and Tangerine cardholders from all across Canada can earn more, save more, and redeem more rewards at Shell to help you go further too.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Please be back. Please be back. Please be back. Henri.
Collect one of 7 legendary cups with the FIFA World Cup deal. See McDonald's.
Welcome back to Brooklyn. It's the second night of the 2026 NBA draft, and right now it's the San Antonio Spurs that are on the clock at number 42. But Bobby, you made an interesting point here, number 44 rather. You made an interesting point. When we were talking about why it is maybe that some of the best available players from the beginning of the night are still on the board. Why is that?
Well, because teams are pushing two-way contracts on players here. And if you're the agent, you're saying, wait a minute, I'd rather probably go undrafted and then basically pick my team, similar to what Austin Reeves did when he went undrafted and goes to sign with the Lakers. Henri Veesaar, some mocks had him in their first round here. Jay's probably best available left here. If he's looking at the landscape here, he's like, I would rather be on a standard contract rather than a two-way deal.
Bet on yourself.
And that's something that it's become a slogan, a motto, and now also a contract potentially that we could be seeing more formally in the NBA. It's the San Antonio Spurs that are on the clock here. They've made their selection. Let's go back to Deputy Commissioner Tatum.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Chicago Bulls are trading to the Indiana Pacers the draft rights to Brayden Smith, the 38th pick. With the 44th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Malique Brown from Duke University.
Brown played 4 seasons of college basketball, and he was the ACC Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time All-CC defense selection, Jay.
You know, Malique started his career at Syracuse, transferred to Duke, and he was the best defender, not only in the ACC, but I think you could argue front court defender, one of the best in the country. He had the #2 steals rate in the nation and the #1 defensive rating overall. He gets steals, deflections, he disrupts, long arms. He's got the best hands defensively in college basketball last year, and it wasn't close. When a guy he was guarding would catch the ball, you were like, you better get rid of it because he's going to knock it away from you.
Right.
Uncanny ability to get his hands on the basketball, not just when it's in the air, but when it's in your hands. He just knocks it away and incredibly disruptive. And he's a good rebounder as well.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. He led the ACC twice, 2 separate years in deflections and steals here, Bobby. And now it's the Sacramento Kings that are on the clock here. And we've seen them make picks that in the second round that have been incredibly valuable to this franchise.
Maxime Reynaud. How about that?
Made the all-rookie team.
Yep, sure did. They've done a really nice job, Scott Perry in that front office the last couple years drafting. Nick Clifford, Darius Acuff, Alex Carabon. They're gonna add somebody here too. They've had a good track record so far.
And what's the Sacramento Kings are trying to sort of find their footing here in the post De'Aaron Fox, finding their way with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, and I think it might include taking a look at the future of Domantas Sabonis with the team. Sabonis has been one of their core players. He had an injury last year that's derailed his season. There's a lot of interest in Sabonis, and there's a possibility that the Kings may look to see what his trade market might be as they look to pivot their franchise.
They're in a position where no team wants to be, Malique. You know where that is?
The middle?
The second apron. So they're going to make some decisions. I would be surprised if DeMar DeRozan's on this roster.
Really?
I think he could be he's not a free agent, but I could see him being a free agent.
Interesting. Well, you have touted the draft abilities of this front office. They have made another selection, so let's go back to the podium.
Here we go.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Houston Rockets are trading to the New York Knicks the draft rights to Jack Kyle, the 39th pick. With the 45th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Emmanuel Sharp from the University of Houston.
Emmanuel Sharp, the All-Big 12 selection. He played all 4 of his collegiate seasons at Houston, and he leaves Houston having made the most triples in program history.
He can really shoot it. He's got somewhat of an unorthodox release. He kind of flicks it, but he's got deep range. You can see that shot right there. He shoots it at about his forehead, but he gets it off really quickly. But what sets him apart, look, his shooting sets him apart, but what adds to his shooting is the fact that he's a really good defender and really underrated. Last year as a primary defender, his assignment shot about 29-30%. And he's underrated in that regard. And Fran Fraschilli can tell you this. He's watched him a million times. But you play for Kelvin Sampson, defense is number one.
Right.
Kelvin wants him to score, too. He loves seeing him put the ball in the basket. But, other guys got credit for being defenders like Joseph Tugler, who's a great front court defender. But Emmanuel Sharp can really guard.
Well, let's bring Fran in, because Fran, you like to say that this is like the equivalent of joining the basketball Navy SEALs, right?
Yes, and the great thing about this kid is he broke his leg, compound fracture, as a junior in high school. He didn't play as a senior. Kelvin Sampson honored his commitment to him, redshirted as a freshman, and all he became, Malika, is the second all-time winningest player in Houston history, part of that great revival. And the shooting, the defense, and again, the toughness. When you play for Kelvin, you become hard to cut when you get to an NBA training camp.
Not to mention his triple citizenship, the United States, Israel, and Canada here.
That's
and
nice.
Now it's right, you can travel. It's the Orlando Magic that are on the board. And Shump, we talked a lot about the Orlando Magic and our expectations during the season of a Paolo Banchero-led team. And it felt like they weren't quite good enough. New head coach in Sean Sweeney. How do you expect them to take the next step here, even outside of the draft, just as a team this next year?
Well, the cool thing about that team is they did take a step. I think we were really, especially me, I know I was a little tough on the Magic, but as the playoffs grew on, they started to figure it out. And anytime you start to have that type of spark, you look at Banchero and he starts to turn the corner just a little bit, just growing up a little by little. You have to give them room to grow, and I'm excited for their future. I'm not going to lie. I do know that they're going to need a little help at the guard position, but we'll see what they do.
Well, they've been looking to continue to add shooting around Paolo Banchero. The pick is in.
With the 46th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Felix Opara from Lagos, Nigeria, and the University of Tennessee.
Felix Opara was a SEC All-Defensive Team selection this year. How do you see that defense having an impact here in the NBA?
Well, he can block shots and protect the rim. He rebounds. He's a rim runner, pick and roll roller. He had 69 dunks this last year. 22 of those dunks were off lobs. So 85% of his points are going to come in the paint. But he is athletic. and he can defend the paint and defend the rim. He started his career at Ohio State and then finished his career playing for Rick Barnes at Tennessee.
He grew up playing soccer in Nigeria. He started playing basketball shortly before he moved to the United States in 2018. And so, I mean, it always impresses me when someone picks a sport up less than 10 years ago, and this is the level that they have already achieved. The smiles from the second round here of the NBA draft. More from Barclays Center after this.
In bed, we sleep, we dream. We connect and we cuddle. We also have breakfast. In bed, we spend a third of our lives. Simply the right choice. Structube, j'adore.
Matt, what are you doing? Wearing that old school fishnet-lined bathing suit?
You're chafing for no reason.
Yeah, but all bathing suits do the same thing.
That's exactly why we created these.
The man-made swim short has a built-in boxer brief liner that stays in place, prevents chafing, and it dries fast.
Oh, tell them about the pouch.
And there's a pouch that keeps the boys comfortable and supported.
Oh, wow, you feel like a first class.
Matt, just jump in the pool. The man-made swim short. Functional comfort.
The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid can get up to 776 kilometers on one tank, so you and everyone with you can go further. And with a turbocharged hybrid powertrain, everyday efficiency comes together with powerful performance without compromise. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. Ready for wherever you're going.
Thanks for making mortgage rates make sense.
That's what TD Mortgage Direct is here for.
Mortgages? Let your Uncle Sal explain things. I'm good with TD. I'll be over here knowing things.
TD, more human.
So, tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Subway's new wannabe spicy menu. From mild to wicked. All freshly prepared on new ghost pepper bread. How spicy do you want to be?
Get down! With City TV Plus, you get access to the best shows.
Let's go!
From Bravo.
I don't care! I'm not doing this.
Food Network.
It's the sizzle, the taste, and the flavor.
Discovery.
What is that?
ID.
Whoever had done this was an evil soul.
HGTV.
The original and the best.
And more.
This is amazing.
The best shows from the biggest networks all in one place.
Come on down.
Fries and curds and fries and curds and fries and curds
Bacon,
and fries and curds and
crumbled
fries and
bacon,
curds and fries and curds and
fresh green onions,
fries and curds and fries and curds and fries
bacon,
and
double
curds and fries
cheese,
and curds.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
At the table, we eat. We put down our screens. Well, we try. We win, we lose. At the table, we savor every moment. Simply the right choice. Structube, j'adore.
Not all Canadians are nice. Don't do it. But at Betano, our players sure are. Join in the fun at Betano.
5.7 remaining, trailing by 1.
It's been good for the lead, and this place is rocking at the Garden.
Start spreading the news.
It's over! After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions. Knick fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended.
It's everything we dreamed of. That's why I came to New York.
After 53 years, Shump, the New York Knicks are NBA champions. And now they're on the clock here in the second round of the NBA draft. It's been a pretty incredible couple of weeks of celebrating for Iman Shumpert personally. We're glad to be here. And also for the entire city of New York, all 5 boroughs. They have made their selection. Let's go back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
You know I'm the street correspondent.
With the 47th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the New York Knicks select Tyler Nickel from Vanderbilt University.
Tyler Nickel began his career at North Carolina, then went to Virginia Tech for a year before playing those final 2 seasons with Vanderbilt. Both of his parents played collegiate basketball as well, and he's a real shooter.
He can shoot at 110 threes. Last 2 years in the Southeastern Conference playing for Mark Byington, shot 40% from 3. Reminds you a little bit of Sam Merrill. He can move without the ball. He's a good cutter, got a quick release. As you mentioned, he started his career at North Carolina, played there a year, then went to Virginia Tech, and then the last 2 years at Vanderbilt. And he's a solid defender. Like, he works his tail off defensively in addition to being an excellent shooter, playing with Tyler Tanner last year.
Shot 40% from beyond the arc in those years with the Commodores, so really a versatile player here. And now it's the Dallas Mavericks that are on the clock, and they have had a turbulent, full of change last 16 months here. Let's start in February of 2025. They traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, and then AD played in only 9 games for Dallas in the 2024-2025 season, where they drafted Cooper Flagg #1 overall in the next 2025 draft, and he became one of 2 rookies all time to lead their team in total points, rebounds, assists, and steals. Anytime you join Michael Jordan, that's good company. And then they hired Masai Ujiri as team president. They fired Jason Kidd as head coach. And then they brought in Dusty May here as the new leader of this young group, Jay.
Dusty May, and Bobby, you and I have talked about this, Fran. He's got a great demeanor. Like, he's an excellent teacher. One of the things that he did at Michigan, I'm sure he did it before that, was he allows players to make mistakes in practice. You know, he's not a yeller and a screamer. He's a connector. And I think this is a really interesting hire for Dallas. I think it's going to work out really well.
Currently, this is a look inside their draft headquarters. And Dallas is in an interesting spot right now, Shump, because they have Kyrie Irving, your former teammate, hopefully coming back healthy. I see the little smile. They're hopefully coming back healthy, alongside a generational talent in Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, I think that, Cooper Flagg, and honestly, he needs to thank Jason Kidd. On his way out, he just left him Cooper Flagg, who had just had the ball in his hands for a whole year. A decision that we all didn't really know what to think of, but as the season grew on, you started realizing they are grooming him to be something special. To have Kyrie Irving joining that, slide him over, and then to have what they have athletically in their front court, you start to get a little more excited about what you're going to see in Dallas. I'm excited for them.
Well, the pick is in. Let's go back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 48th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Toibu Lawal from London, England, and Virginia Tech.
Toby Lawal, he played 4 seasons of college basketball, all in Virginia, 2 at VCU, 2 at Virginia Tech. Originally from the United Kingdom, he's one of the most athletic players in this draft, and he had the highest standing vertical leap, the highest max vertical leap at the combine.
Yeah, 45-inch vertical. Athletic doesn't cover Toby Lawal. He is a ridiculous athlete. Talk about a lob threat. You can throw that as high as you want to, but one of the things that makes him stand out is his defensive ability. He's got a 6'10" wingspan, but he makes great recoveries. Like, if there's a time where he's out of position or gets beat, he can make a recovery and make a big-time play. He's not an offensive player, but as a defender, he's got great potential.
I love that about his athleticism, because there's a lot of guys that can jump high, but you see how quick he gets off the floor. That's something that you got to
And Toby is
more
with
D-Rose-ish.
our Vanessa Richardson.
Thanks, Malique. Toby, I love your story. You didn't even pick up a basketball until you were 16 years old, and you just got drafted in the NBA. How would you describe your journey so far?
Magical, man. I like to give thanks to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Obviously, without him, I wouldn't be here. But it's definitely been amazing.
We saw your athleticism on full display at Virginia Tech. How do you hope to use that athleticism in the league?
Just being versatile defensively. Being unlocked there on offense, and then growing at the stuff I'm not good at yet. So just trying to put on a show.
Great night for you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Malique.
Man, as far as my acting career goes, I got to watch for him to take the jobs, too. He got the UK accent. He going to be taking jobs out here,
You know
baby.
what, Shump? I mean, you might have a little bit of competition. All right, now it's the Denver Nuggets here that are on the clock. And as we were discussing earlier, Brian, it feels like for Denver, when you're looking around the Western Conference, you're seeing Oklahoma City, you're seeing what the San Antonio Spurs were able to do, and that's really their measuring stick.
It was an extremely frustrating end of the season for the Nuggets. You know, it was a very intense series against the Timberwolves. You had Jokic having one of the greatest statistical seasons in NBA history this year. He had that hyperextended knee, and he never really was the same player. They have to treat every Jokic season, especially in his prime, with so much like a diamond almost. And so they've been juggling, trying to make up for the fact that they've traded away a bunch of their picks. They're under some pressure here because so many teams around them have improved and are improving, year over year.
Yeah, I think year after year we sat there and we kind of knew Denver, they're going to be around that 3-4. They could fall to 5-6, but you know they're going to be in the middle of the pack, if not the top of it. I think for the first time in a long time, they have to look over their shoulder. And it might be a good thing for their roster because I do want to see some changes over there in Denver.
I'm interested if ownership is willing to spend. I want to see the proof in the pudding here. Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Proof in the
Oh, yeah.
pudding.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is
that's
that
the
a saying?
saying.
Got to get the pudding.
Yeah, proof is in the pudding.
Because when you look at it, we've talked about Peyton Watson as a restricted free agent. Are you going to have to trade one of your core players to retain Peyton? You can keep Peyton Watson, and you can be in a second apron team.
Right.
But do you? I think that's the biggest
But
thing.
when you say you want to see change, what do you mean?
When you start looking at a team that has won, you think of their pillars that they have on their team, and then you think about those swing guys that could swing a series. When I saw MPJ leave, and then I saw Gordon have all that pressure on them to do what they do in that 3 spot, you start to think of the DNA of the team and say, are there other ways to win? Do we not have to put so much pressure on one position and one way to play? You're not going to move Jokic, which makes you look around the rest of the roster and wonder what are the moves that are going to get made? What are the discussions that are going to be had?
I expect them to make a significant move this year. The question is going to be, is it a significant move to add talent, or is the move to offload salary? That's what we're going to learn a lot about them, like Bobby said, in the next 2-3 weeks.
But Nikola Jokic is not necessarily the type of player that we have historically seen apply pressure by saying, I'm not going to sign that extension until we see what the roster looks like.
That's true, and he can make it clear with his actions this offseason. When the season was over, he indicated, I'm signing that extension. He has been the most low-stress superstar of the modern era.
Maybe
they
of all
have
time.
never had to lose even a night of sleep over how this guy has been. If he does it again, they have their freedom to do whatever they want with the spending.
That's because horse people are just a little bit. The Denver Nuggets have made their pick.
With the 49th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Bryce Hopkins from St. John's University.
Bryce Hopkins, he did deal with multiple leg injuries in his career, but he did play all 37 games this past year for St. John's.
Yeah, he's got length. He's got a 6'10" wingspan. He's a versatile forward, and he really plays hard. And when you play with energy, you get things done. The ball finds the most energetic players on the floor, but he's a solid offensive rebounder, straight line driver, and a versatile defender. He can guard.
A 2-time All Big East selection. And now he is on his way to the Denver Nuggets. We're going to take a quick break here. But one of the things that I love here is the parents getting to see their children's dreams come true. And check out Kobe Luwal. Look at Mama. We'll be right back.
Shining, too.
With the help of mini wheats, this family filled up with a high-fiber breakfast. From there,
the government of Canada is bringing down your costs so you can get ahead. We're helping you with an income tax cut, access to dental care, affordable childcare, the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, and tax savings on your first home. Learn about these and other ways to help you get ahead at canada.ca/gettingahead.
Let's brawl.
They pick their teams.
You ready to be beaten by Team Beneath again? I'm hungry.
Don't call it a comeback.
From the best barbecue talent in the country.
This rib for me is flawlessly executed.
In search of the next master of Q.
So you ready to kick some barbecue brawl butt?
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
All right.
Barbecue Brawl on Food Network.
Let's cut to the chase. You don't need a truck that talks. You need one that shows up. Work days, game days, and these days. Because the minutes, the hours, and the days add up. And Ram is up for them all. Rank them all. Rank the most dependable J.D. Power, and backed by Canada's best warranty of 10 years or 160,000 kilometers. You better believe that nothing stops Ram.
At Wayfair, delivery and setup can be as easy as, well, doing nothing. Room of choice delivery and fast expert setup.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
New Old Spice Cosmic Quest 24/7 freshness makes me want to be Mario. He has the confidence to fly through the galaxy wearing nothing but this. Thanks, Old Spice. Now I smell super.
AWS AI is how Audi goes from concept to customer. It's how Bundesliga delivers real-time insights to fans. And how GoDaddy helps small businesses grow. AWS AI is how.
From first kick to last slice. Make your watch parties stacked. Get the triple pizza box. Only at Pizza Hut.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed, pan, thin crust pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Your favorite pizza at our best deal ever. But it's not forever. So order.
My nose.
Welcome back to Brooklyn. Don't miss the top rookies taking the court for the first time at NBA Summer League in Las Vegas. It's from July 9th to 19th. Get your tickets now at NBAevents.com. And July 9th on ESPN, 9 o'clock Eastern. We're starting to get a schedule here, Brian. Number 1 pick, Aday Dybantsa. Number 2 pick, Darryn Peterson going head-to-head. And then our friends on Prime Video have the game July 10th. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern. Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson will be facing off in that one in Las Vegas as we welcome you back inside Barclays Center. It's the Toronto Raptors that are on the clock. And Toronto had a really interesting first-round series against the Cleveland Cavaliers. They couldn't quite close it out, Brian.
Yeah, they're one of their draft picks from last year, Colin Murray-Boyles, with a terrific showing in that first-round series. I loved meeting Alan Graves last night, their 19th overall pick. This is a guy who started 4 games this year at Santa Clara. Talk about a dream coming true. He gets invited to the green room less than a week ago. He's a first-round top 20 pick. He has all about the right things. And remember, 2 years ago, right about this spot, the Raptors got Jamal Shead, who turned into an excellent second-round pickup who's been in their rotation.
And a fan favorite as well. The Toronto Raptors have made their selection. Let's go back to the podium.
We have a trade to announce. The Oklahoma City Thunder are trading to the Miami Heat the draft rights to Ryan Conwell, the 37th pick, in exchange for the draft rights to Otega Oweh, the 41st pick, and financial considerations. With the 50th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Jaden Bradley from the University of Arizona.
King, a lot of folks will remember Jaden Bradley from when he hit that buzzer beater in the Big 12 tournament.
You know, Wendy just talked about Jamal Shead and how they were able to get him in the second round. Well, Jaden Bradley is a very similar player, on-ball pest. When you look at his ability to be able to stay in front, cause havoc, create turnovers, he's phenomenal. He gets to his spots, his change of pace, right? When you come off that ball screen, can you stop on a dime, rise over the defense, and be able to knock it down? Jaden Bradley can do that, and the biggest thing is he is the ultimate leader. He took that group of freshmen and was able to have success and be the #1 team in the country for the longest time during the season, and he was phenomenal in that way.
Yeah, he was a McDonald's All-American. He started his career at Alabama and then transferred to Arizona. And this last year, like his leadership ability, to King's point, is really impressive, and he's a clutch time player. He averaged 35 points per 40 minutes of clutch time this last year, and that game he had against Iowa State in the Big 12 tournament was magnificent. I mean, he's a Big 12 player of the year.
Yeah.
And the Big 12 had some pretty darn good players, including the top 2 picks in this draft.
And as a fun fact, I mean, he says he's a lifelong saxophone player, and so choose somebody who can do both, play the saxophone and be drafted into the NBA.
But
Right,
nobody in his family invented the tater tot.
Well, you know what?
Let's
There's
not get
lots
crazy
of different
here.
ways to have talent here. All right, it says that the Washington Wizards are on the clock, but cue up the music. This pick is headed to the Orlando Magic. And Brian, we've discussed the ways in which Orlando needs to look to improve. But the Wizards, they traded out this pick after making the #1 selection yesterday. Their big question, though, what happens next with Anthony Davis?
Well, I think they're in one of these situations where they've sort of set themselves up to try to very, very quickly flip their results. They've been basically the dregs of all of American professional sports for the last 3 years, let's be honest. So what they wanted to do is they wanted to very quickly improve. So they go out and trade for Trae Young, go out and trade for Anthony Davis. And now they've got AJ Dybantsa. I think they expect to be sniffing the play-in immediately. But to do that, you got to have a happy Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis just saw Trae Young, got a $212 million extension a couple of days ago. He is extension eligible this summer. And Bobby, I think he'd like to get the same type of deal, frankly.
I would think so. August 6th is his date, and he can extend for 4 more years, north of $270 million. I think that's certainly something to pay attention to. I think also, too, some of their former draft picks that they've made, they're going to need Trey Johnson, Bilal Coulibaly, Will Riley, players from the past couple of years to really take a nice leap this offseason.
Alex Sarr, who had the foot injury that we saw last year as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at the front line. When Sarr's healthy with Anthony Davis and AJ Dybantsa, it's a big front line, 6'9", 6'10" of above, and certainly can defend.
How do you see the #1 pick fitting in here, King?
Well, he slides into that 3 spot, and the biggest thing is there's no pressure on him. When you have a guy like Trae Young and then you have Anthony Davis, AJ Dybantsa can just play his role and do what he does best with no pressure.
And now another member of the Wizards will be announced.
With the 51st pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Isaiah Nelson from the University of South Florida.
So Isaiah Nelson, again, on his way here to the Orlando Magic, the senior out of South Florida, Jay.
Isaiah Nelson had a great year. He's about 6'8", 6'9", another guy who's really long. He's got a 7'2" wingspan. Had 89 dunks this year that led the NCAA, and also had 135 offensive rebounds. That was 6th in the country. He can play out of pick and roll. He had 18 double-doubles and averaged just under 10 rebounds a game. That led the American Athletic Conference. And in the NCAA tournament, they played Louisville, and he had another great game. Had 22 points, 9 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. He does it in every area of play on both ends of the floor.
You know, the one word I use when I look at Isaiah Nelson is motor. He plays with an exceptional motor. He's going to give 110% effort every single time he steps on the floor. That's the reason why he got Defensive Player of the Year.
More from the second round of the NBA Draft after this break.
On a sofa, we watch TV. On a sofa, we find our rhythm. We read, we laugh, we live. Simply the right choice. Struck to J'adore.
There's nothing. We have Bounty. It's 50% more absorbent, so you can use less. And one sheet holds up better while ordinary brands fall apart.
It's kind.
Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
We are the first team in history to win back-to-back promotions.
Nobody in their wildest dreams expected us to go back-to-back-to-back.
What world are we living in here?
Wrexham is definitely back to being the underdog. We are now fighting to play in the Premier League.
And go back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back. Get it again.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, da, fa.
When an impaired driver killed my brother DJ, my life changed forever. During the pandemic, all of our lives changed, and many of us turned to alcohol and drugs to cope. As life returns to normal, the increase in substance use from COVID has lingered, and some police services report an increase in impaired driving that caused heartbreak and devastation. Now, more than ever, we need your commitment to never drive impaired and to encourage all of your family and friends to do the same. Together, we can save lives.
And now the hotel deal highlights from Trivago. Jurgen, this couple just saved over $100 a night on Trivago.
They got their tactics right.
Let's see it again. This hotel normally costs $310 a night, and boom, $200.
Trivago just makes it look easy. World class.
Score your own deal on Trivago when you compare hotel prices and save up to 35%.
That's what winning looks like.
Hotel Trivago.
It's time for a revolution in whitening with a toothpaste that gives you whiter teeth in one day. Remove even deep stains with Crest 3D White Deep Stain Remover. Coffee, wine, tea, gone in just one day.
With the help of mini wheats, this family filled up with a high-fiber breakfast. From there,
For over 2 decades, The Ultimate Fighter has been a grueling competition that has produced 16 UFC world champions. Now the toughest tournament in sports is back. Come on. Men and women under one roof. And 2 Hall of Famers as coaches where anything goes. Get ready. Let's go. For a new season of Tough.
Don't miss the NHL draft this weekend. Round 1 gets underway Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN, and rounds 2 through 7, that's Saturday at 11 o'clock Eastern on ESPN+. You can stream the entire draft anytime on the ESPN app. Come on, John, get another one in there. All right, this pick is out now on the move. We're seeing the Los Angeles Clippers on the graphics, but this pick is now on the move to the Atlanta Hawks. So let's see who, again, Atlanta is selecting here as we send it back to the podium and welcome Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum once again.
With the 52nd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Henri Veesaar from Tallinn, Estonia, and the University of North Carolina.
There have been 2 players in NBA history born in Estonia, and now Henri Veesaar becomes the 3rd. Jay, you were incredibly excited about Henri.
Well, Henri Veesaar started his career at Arizona the first 2 years, and there were some questions about his rebounding, his toughness, but he transferred to North Carolina, and I thought he was one of the most improved players in the country. Averaged about 9 rebounds a game, but where he really improved and showed himself was as a stretch 5. He made over 40 threes and shot 43% from three-point range this last season. Still shot 75% at the rim. Showed the ability to protect the rim, to play in pick and roll, pick and pop situations. But I projected Henri Veesaar as a late first-round pick.
A lot of people.
He lasted a long time, but he can play.
Yeah, I think that's the beautiful thing. It's the beautiful thing about the transfer portal, right? You don't fit into one system, so you go to another one, and you're able to excel and expand your game. And I think that's what we saw right here with Veesaar. I mean, we talk about efficiency, 61% from the field. Like Jay said, 42 from behind the arc. He's a pick-and-pop threat, but he's a very underrated athlete. He does have a little bit of that vertical pop that you would like to see with bigs. So I like this pick by Atlanta. Give you space, give you shooting on the perimeter. I like that.
Now that we get to the mid-50s, or it's the early mid-50s here, Bobby, there is only 1 second-round pick that belongs to its original team. Every single other pick has been moving around.
There's a lot of redness on my paper here as far as crossing out and everything. And once we got past pick 47, we kind of get into a little bit of the danger zone. We've talked about 2A contracts earlier in the show. And since in the last 2 years, there's only been 4 players drafted past 47 that have signed a standard contract. They've all been 2-way here. And Veesaar is going to be interesting. I know we just talked about him. Atlanta team that needed size. It's basically you get 3 first-round picks, Zuby Ejiofor, and certainly Kingston Flemings at pick number 8.
Yeah, and that's really when we're talking about the second round and the different ways and different paths to the NBA, Brian, where all of that comes together.
By the way, it's Toronto. Toronto doesn't trade picks.
Yeah.
They don't trade their first-round picks. They don't trade their second-round picks. Their sheet is clean. It's pretty amazing. So, Bobby, would this be a situation where you would tell some teams you would only sign a two-way with them, but you would tell another team that you would sign a standard NBA contract so that you could kind of guide yourself and maybe they would trade up to get you?
I would think so. I mean, I think so. I think he's not a two-way player. I mean, I think he had a first-round grade, and I think he can make this Atlanta team. And I think he can, based on where they are with their size, I think he could fit right in there.
Disregard what I just said because that Atlanta pick is now in the deal. So now this pick is flying around again, Brian. That's how this goes.
All right, let's rewind the clock. Who we
Yeah, we're just going back here. I mean, we're trying to keep up. Sean is reporting this fast and furious, and so we're picks that are moving around a little bit. See, this is my favorite part when Bobby starts looking at his phone.
Well, I'm blind as a bat up here. You're lucky I can even read off my computer.
Yeah.
And that pick is going to the Clippers, right?
Right.
So it's going to be interesting because they have a decision on Brook Lopez, who's got a team option here. They drafted Yannick Niederhauser a year ago. Isaiah Jackson came in that Indiana trade. Does that fit within your group? Another young player for them.
Right. All right. So now we're turning the page here, and the commissioner is ready with the Houston Rockets pick. Yes, still for right now. So let's send it back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 53rd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Ugonna Onyenso from Imo State, Nigeria, the NBA Academy Africa, and the University of Virginia.
Ugonna Onyenso, the forward out of Virginia, after spending 2 seasons at Kentucky, a season at Kansas State, then he finished his college career at Virginia this past season. And he ranked 2nd in the country in blocks per game. That's despite coming off the bench for every single game.
Look at the reaction.
This reaction says it all, King.
I love the reaction right here. He's in shock, but young man, you deserve to be here. When you watch his 3 games in the ACC tournament, he went absolutely crazy when it comes to protecting the rim. He averaged 7 blocks in those 3 games. And then when you look at what he did, the game against Duke, the game where you're playing against the premier team in the ACC, where he had 9 blocks. I think in order to be a really good shot blocker, you have to have exceptional timing, and that's something that Onyenso has. And I think that's where he's going to make his mark from day one.
Not only timing, but he can move his feet really well. You know, he's a lob threat, but he had 105 block shots, to your point, King. And that's 2nd in Virginia history in a single season to Ralph Sampson, who had 157 in one of his 4 years playing on the lawn at Virginia. But he's shown to be a rim runner, and he's a lob threat. Not much of an offensive player, but his defense and rebounding is why he's getting drafted.
Ugonna is with Vanessa.
Ugonna, you grew up in Nigeria, and you came to the United States with a dream, and that dream was to play in the NBA. You've accomplished it. Congratulations. What are the emotions you're feeling right now?
I'm really, really excited. I wasn't expecting it. So I was supposed to, call my mom earlier because I feel like she's still up right now waiting for me. So I was supposed to call her, but this was a surprise. I didn't get to call her, but it's a surprise, and I'm really, really, really grateful for this opportunity.
Okay, so what do you want to say to your mom if she's watching?
No, she's not actually. She's not. I was supposed to FaceTime her. But unfortunately, I couldn't do it. But I mean, thanks, Mom, for everything you've done for me. I really, really appreciate it.
We're so excited for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Malique, back to you.
That's what DVR is for, to be able to have Mom watch it back afterwards. And this reaction, it just says it all. No, we weren't able to get the FaceTime call in, but I have a feeling a really happy FaceTime call is going to be coming very, very soon here for moms. All right, now it's the Golden State Warriors that are on the clock. And really, Bobby, with Golden State, it's 2 timelines. That's what we've been hearing over and over again. Yes, Steve Kerr decided to come back here on a 2-year contract, but it's continuing to maximize around Steph Curry with Jimmy Butler, where we don't know exactly when we'll see him, if we'll see him next season, but we're certainly at what point. And then also how they are able to continue to develop their young talent.
Well, and they drafted Yaxel Lendeborg, and last year they drafted Will Richard in the late in the second round, and actually gave them some really good minutes. So we'll see what they do if they keep this pick and if they keep it, if they're going to get another young player. But it all comes down to certainly health. When does Jimmy Butler come back? Certainly the health of Stephen Curry, who certainly had some knee issues towards the end of the year here. They've got some decisions. Draymond Green's got a player option. I would expect him certainly back on this roster.
Well, and I know that Jay liked the Yaxel Lendeborg pick for Golden State.
He's going to be 24 when he starts the season next year, and plug-and-play guy. I think he fits perfectly with what Golden State does.
And what Golden State tries to do. I mean, it really is, Brian, when you go to the Golden State Warriors, you are fitting into a tried and true system.
And they've been big game hunting. You know, they tried to get into the Giannis sweepstakes. They've shown interest in some other star players. The big question is if LeBron James can't work something out with the Lakers. And I expect that will happen.
I do too.
But if for some reason it doesn't happen, the Warriors are sitting there who would love to get his attention as an option.
All right. Well, we're going to set that to the side for now and go back to the commissioner, the deputy commissioner at the podium with Golden State's pick.
With the 54th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Leger Jones from Florida State University.
Leger Jones, he averaged just under 13 points a game last season for Florida State and now is on his way to the Golden State Warriors. We're going to take a quick break here before we head back to the podium to finish out the 2026 NBA Draft. But it's the hugs from moms, the hugs from pops, the handshakes, the tears, the smiles, and maybe a little bit of the shock and surprise. That's what the NBA Draft is all about.
Genesis believes in a vehicle purchase and ownership experience that's centered around you. With the option to customize and purchase at home or in store. And have confidence in the journey ahead with 5 years of complimentary scheduled maintenance and service that comes seamlessly to your doorstep. This is what makes us different. This is Genesis.
Where have all the flowers gone? Long time passing. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn?
Welcome to Shell, where your rewards go further. Now Scene Plus members, Scotiabank, and Tangerine cardholders from all across Canada can earn more, save more, and redeem more rewards at Shell. To help you go further too.
Popeyes Big Deal Combo. Choose 2 delicious tenders or a chicken slider with small fries and a drink, plus a biscuit for just $5.99. You may even feel like a big deal when you get a deal this big.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Thanks for making mortgage rates make sense.
That's what TD Mortgage Direct is here for.
Mortgages? Let your Uncle Sal explain things. I'm good with TD. I'll be over here knowing things.
TD, more human.
Today we're looking at Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear. Wow, wow. These wavy edges tear so much better than ordinary squares. And it's way softer. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear, definitely worth it. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
With the help of mini wheats, this family filled up with a high-fiber breakfast. From there,
Shop PetSmart's Canada Day sale, June 25th to July 1st. Save 20% on Canadiana toys and apparel. Buy one, get the second 25% off all dog treats. Plus, buy 10, get 2 more free on select cat and dog food. PetSmart. Anything for pets.
Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary, Winnipeg. You're on the clock.
It's the biggest draft in years.
This guy could be an absolute gem.
The future starts now. The 2026 NHL Draft begins Friday on Sportsnet.
Welcome back to Barclays Center. Okay, this pick has been on the move already 3 times tonight. It has changed hands from the New York Knicks to the Houston Rockets. This is actually the Los Angeles Clippers that are now on the clock as we send it back to the podium.
With the 55th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Nick Martinelli from Northwestern University.
Nick Martinelli, a 2-time All-Big Ten selection. He averaged 23 points, the most by a Northwestern player since, Jay, you were in high school.
Well, Malique, you talk about a guy that knows how to play. A couple years ago, he teamed with Brooks Barnheiser at Northwestern. Brooks Barnheiser now with the Oklahoma City Thunder. But he just knows how to score. He's got a great floater, a fadeaway, good middle game, and he's a solid offensive rebounder. But he's tough, savvy, crafty, can knock down an open 3 and shoots a good percentage when he's left open. But, nobody in the Big Ten could stop him. I mean, he's top scorer in the league the last 2 years.
A great touch around the rim, and what I was so impressed with is how he takes advantage of mismatches, right? When he has a smaller guy on him, he goes to the post, and we talk about the touch around the rim that Jay alluded to with the floater. He can get that in the rim time and time again. If he has a bigger guy on him, he can drive by and be able to create off the bounce. It's the versatility in which he shows at 6'7" that has made him so impressive, and that's why he averaged 23 points per game.
Yeah.
Nobody was able to check him one-on-one.
I know we're late in the draft here, but the 55th pick has worked out in the past. We just were talking about Aaron Wiggins the other day being traded. Aaron Wiggins was the 55th pick in the draft. He earned a roster spot, earned a $45 million contract. We've also seen guys like Patty Mills taken this late. Bronny James was taking a 55 pick, and he's having a development in his career. The 55th pick, even though we're late, there's still players who
Yeah, the 55th pick can certainly be a special spot, and it wouldn't be a pick in this draft if it wasn't already on the move. So yes, the graphics say Chicago, but this pick is, speaking of Bronny James, headed to the Los Angeles Lakers. And as you started to discuss here, they have a big summer because as Luka Doncic came to the Lakers, what he was told is that this is the summer to watch for. This is the summer that we can go out and get you a big man that you're looking for.
Yeah, so the Lakers have about $50 million in salary cap space after signing Austin Reeves today. Now, Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic are a powerhouse backcourt. They are, I think, going to be an offensive juggernaut. They are going to continue to win a lot of games for the Lakers, and they're going to be making $100 million a year combined starting this upcoming season. If you're going to have those two guys as your backcourt, you've got to have a back line. You've got to have wing defenders, and you've got to have a basket defender. That is what they did with the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks went from missing the playoffs to the finals when they went and got big men to have Luka Doncic's back. So that is the mission for the Lakers. Get big men to protect the rim and wing defenders to have Reeves back, and that is your pathway to get deep in the playoffs.
But who's out there? Because they still have DeAndre Ayton on the roster, and I imagine they will moving forward unless they trade him because he has a player option that I would expect that he picks up.
I would too, and I would expect him. Certainly, you can look at the wave and stretch if you want to go two bigs here, as far as with Ayton's number here. I think when you look at free agency, it's top heavy. When you look at Jalen Darryn or Walker Kessler, they're restricted. I don't see the Lakers getting them. Then it's Mitchell Robinson, it's Robert Williams, and of course you can go out and make a trade for potentially a center.
We're in New York, so say more about Mitchell Robinson, because all of a sudden a whole bunch of New York Knicks fans, their ears perked up. That's their champ that I'm not sure that they would be knowing that they could have to part ways with.
I would say if the Lakers put an offer in that $13 to $15 million range, it would be hard for New York to match something like that.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe Mitchell Robinson could be a target here for the Los Angeles Lakers, who again, it says Bulls. This is going to LA, at least for right now. It's time to send it back to the podium.
With the 56th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Vsevolod Ischenko from Rostov-on-Don, Russia, and Lokomotiv Kuban Club.
Vsevolod Ischenko At 6'8" with a 7-foot wingspan, he made his name really early in Russia's youth basketball system. And this past season, he was the Young Player of the Year in Russia's top basketball league. So he is the 56th pick, again, right now headed to the Los Angeles Lakers. We're going to take a quick break here. And when we return, Will Dawkins is going to join us here to tell us about the Washington Wizards selecting Dybantsa, how they made that decision for the #1 pick.
You say you can't imagine your child being diagnosed with cancer, but you can.
Imagine your child's cancer is so rare, they're naming it after them. Imagine it's either paying for gas to get to treatment or paying your mortgage.
Imagine your child has radiation and you have a deadline.
Imagine your child's immune system is failing and your support system.
Imagine the only hospital that can help is ours.
Imagine losing your job.
Imagine losing your house.
Imagine losing it all.
Donate today at childhoodcancer.ca.
Collect one of 7 legendary cups with the FIFA World Cup meal. See mcdonalds.ca for qualifying meals.
When you live with diabetes, confidence comes from knowing your glucose levels and where they're headed. Manage your diabetes with confidence. With Dexcom G7.
Did you know salsa was invented when Puerto Ricans took Cuban rhythms to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was born when the Japanese took judo to Brazil? When North African frying traditions met Spanish dough, Spain made the churro. After Jamaicans took their sound systems to the UK, the world got punk. And this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
The game isn't over yet, but Gary just got paid with Bet365's early payout when his team went up 2 goals. Now, Gary can't stop celebrating. And honestly, we're not even sure he knows how.
Or forever hold this.
Download the Bet365 app and get paid out early when your team goes up 2 goals.
Expect more with Clutch Cars. Beauty meets performance. It's redefining the definition of what defines a car. What is he doing?
Hey, Jim?
Yeah?
You've got the wrong car. This one failed inspection.
Okay, what now?
Well, we bring one in that is Clutch certified.
Oh.
Okay, let's move it out. Spit over there. You see? Much better.
Clutch certified. Got it.
Welcome back to the 2026 NBA Draft. We are live from Barclays Center, where we are winding down the second night, the second round of this 2026 draft. As we welcome you back inside Barclays Center, these picks have been flying around, and so behind us it says the Atlanta Hawks, but right now this is on its way to the Los Angeles Clippers here, Brian.
Yeah, the Clippers traded back and traded up within the last about 10 minutes. That's how this goes. The Clippers have some big decisions to make with team options in the next week or so. They have 3 different players with their team option. They owe them nothing if they want to waive them. That's Brook Lopez, that's Bogdan Bogdanovic, that's Nicholas Batum.
Yep.
If they keep all those guys, you got a veteran-laden team. If you say goodbye and thank you for your contributions, you clear $53 million off your books and you're operating as a cap space team.
Okay.
The whole league is watching very closely to see what the Clippers are going to do, to see how they're going to operate this offseason.
Well, and they've certainly gone youth. And when you look at it, is it Peyton Watson on a offer sheet
from Denver?
From Denver, is that a direction you want to go? You want to go a big wing, and we talked about Kawhi Leonard earlier in the show. There's there's a decision to be made there.
Yeah, the Clippers, I think, after maybe deciding to lean into being an older team last year, decided that experiment didn't work and decided to lean back into the youth, trading for Darius Garland. And then the question becomes, where does Kawhi Leonard fit into all of this?
Yeah, look, when you get a start, but by the way, Kawhi Leonard the last year and a half has been one of the top 10 players in the league. He's been spectacular.
Yeah.
So he is playing as that type of player, and he is in the last year of his contract. When you have a player in that situation, you don't let him get to free agency. You either extend his contract or you trade him. And that is what is on the plate for the Clippers right now.
Right, because he will be going into the last year of his deal.
Yeah, he's extension eligible. He's got 2 years left. I mean, I think there's a lot of playoff teams keeping an eye on what happens with Kawhi Leonard.
Say more. What playoff teams?
Detroit. Detroit is a team.
I was like, this looks like a Bobby's not ready to say.
Maybe his former teams.
Interesting. All right, so this could
I'll
be
leave it
a
at that.
major domino that we could be tracking here this summer for the Los Angeles Clippers. Again, it says Atlanta, but this pick has been on the move a couple of different times. And right now, the Clippers seem like they're still deliberating, Jay, with what they want to do here.
They got time. They got 4 minutes.
They do have
Let's
4 minutes,
go.
up from 3. Although your burger will be in jeopardy if we don't get off the air by 11 o'clock. I know that's really what Jay
To
is
Bobby's
looking forward
point,
to. here.
Bobby's point, if they decide to do something with Kawhi Leonard besides extend his contract, because he's going into the last year of his deal, just like we saw with Giannis Antetokounmpo, he would potentially get some say in it because you would be careful about renting him. Now, look, this could all be moot. They could come to terms with him to a new deal, and they could say, "We've got our young draft pick, Wagler. We've got Darius Garland. We're going to move forward with these 3 guys." But what if they don't? And that's what the league is watching right now.
And so far, I mean, when Kawhi has been asked about this at the end of the season in a very Kawhi way, he sort of said that that's something that they will deal with and kept that close to the vest. Of course, the Clippers are also awaiting the aspiration investigation and to see any fallout that happens from there.
Yes, and it is possible that they could face some sort of penalty for that. But in the past, when there's been situations like this, the player has not been penalized.
Right.
So the league would certainly have to provide guidance, but I think Kawhi will be a part of the NBA this year.
As you guys have probably made a drinking game out of by now, I will say it one more time. This pick is on the move from Atlanta to the Clippers. Here's Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum with the pick.
With the 57th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Narcisse Ngoy from Champigny-sur-Marne, France, and France's Poitiers club.
Narcisse Ngoy, he played for multiple teams here in France. He actually signed to play with Auburn back in March, but is now going to the draft instead here, Fran.
This young man is a project. Poitiers is a smaller club in France. They are taking a shot. They are taking a shot with this young man. He's got a lot of work to do, but very athletic. And the most disappointing staff is the Auburn staff. They thought they might have had a steal. Not ready for the league just yet, but a good guy to just have in your program. So we call this draft and stash. I won't say he's 2 years away.
I was going to say,
being...
Fran, you can do it.
No,
Come on, we wanted to hear.
I ruined one guy's career. I'm not going to do that. Bruno, you're doing great in Europe. But, this is a good reach, but it's a smaller club, so he's got still a lot of work to do.
Fran, I was hoping, my friend, that we were going to get at least just one maybe this draft. We appreciate the insight here as we turn the page to the next pick here. 7 times. That is how many times this pick has changed hands. It has gone from Detroit to the Clippers, to the Magic, said a brief hello to the Phoenix Suns, waved hello and goodbye to the Brooklyn Nets, settled for the New York Knicks before saying, you know what, I want a little bit of gumbo and heading to New Orleans. So right now it is with the Pelicans, but 7 times this pick has jumped around.
Well, and it resulted in New York winning a championship because the player they traded that pick for was Jose Alvarado.
Jose Alvarado is that 7. That's 7.
Yeah,
what's octagon? What 7?
He was. I don't know. I wasn't good at math. But listen. Where it went to Brooklyn. I think that was part of the Durant trade that went to Phoenix. It was all over the place there, and it results in Jose Alvarado. And finally, somebody will be.
Finally, the Pelicans get to enter this draft. Last year they moved up in the draft and got the pick that got them an extra first-round pick. They haven't been able to be part of it yet. They moved this. And by the way, obviously the lot of 57 picks haven't amounted to much in the NBA, but Manu Ginobili was a 57th pick in the draft. and was a Hall of Fame impact player. So you never know.
You never know where this heptagon pick, that's 8 sides, or 7 sides, by the way, heptagon pick could end up here. But New Orleans is in an interesting spot, and a lot of it comes back to their number 1 pick from 2019, Zion Williamson. Jay, I sat down with Zion in the middle of the season, and he said to me that he has felt like he hadn't put his all necessarily into his body up until this point, but he really felt like he was starting to turn the page this year and wants to be the cornerstone that they drafted him to be.
Well, that's great news, because when he's healthy, he's an unstoppable force on a basketball floor. I mean, when he was at Duke, when he came out of the state of South Carolina as a high school player, you're like, never seen anything like this on a basketball floor. And when he's healthy, the numbers he puts up, the efficiency, it's hard to fathom.
Yeah. It felt like he was taking responsibility in a new way, and I'm really excited to see what that means for Zion Williamson. All right, 7 times it has moved, and now it will be picked. Let's go back to Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 58th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Jaron Pierre Jr. from Southern Methodist University.
Jaron Pierre from SMU. He shot 38% on threes over the last 2 seasons. That's after shooting 32% across the first 3 seasons he played. So really a shooter here. There are 2 picks left to be made. We're going to take a quick break before we do so. And when we come back, we will finish out the 2026 NBA Draft.
On a sofa, we watch TV. On a sofa, we find our rhythm. We read, we laugh, we live. Simply the right choice. Structube, j'adore.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed, pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Your favorite pizza at our best price. It's Domino's best deal ever, but it's not forever. So order now at Domino's.
Get 10 crispy, craveable hot wings for just $10. Only for a limited time. KFC. It's finger-licking good.
In bed, we sleep, we dream. We connect, we also have breakfast. In bed, we spend 1/3 of our lives. Simply the right choice. Structube, j'adore.
The Government of Canada is bringing down your costs so you can get ahead. With the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, eligible Canadians will save up to $1,890 per family in the first year alone. We're also suspending the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel to help bring down gas costs this summer. Because a more affordable Canada is a stronger Canada. Learn more at canada.ca/gettingahead.
Genesis believes in a vehicle purchase and ownership experience that's centered around you. With the option to customize and purchase at home or in store. And have confidence in the journey ahead with 5 years of complimentary scheduled maintenance and service that comes seamlessly to your doorstep. This is what makes us different. This is Genesis.
Did you know salsa was invented when Puerto Ricans took Cuban rhythms to New York? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was born, took judo to Brazil. When North African frying traditions met Spanish dough, Spain made the churro. After Jamaicans took their sound systems to the UK, the world got punk. And this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
What you doing, Dad?
Living the dream. You'll see. Hey, how are you? Living the dream. Living the dream. Living the dream.
Living the dream.
That's my life. Living the dream? Don't say it. Hey, Dad. Living the dream.
Welcome back to the 2026 NBA Draft. The Minnesota Timberwolves have made their selection with the 59th pick. So let's go back to the podium and Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 59th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Trey Kaufman-Renn from Purdue University.
Trey Kaufman-Renn made 86% of his field goals came in the paint this season. That's down slightly from the last year, but really, I mean, I know that he impressed you at Purdue.
Yeah, we talked about Brayden Smith and how good of a passer he was. Well, a lot of his assists came from Trey Kaufman-Renn in that short roll. We talked about Martinelli early with his touch in the floater. Well, I don't know if anybody was better in the short roll than Trey Kaufman-Renn, especially with that little touch shot, the one that you mentioned earlier with my man from New York. I mean, not OKC, Hardenstein. I'm blanking, my bad, right? But they're talking about the push shot. That's what he specializes in the short roll. He's excellent.
All right.
I think it'd be a pretty good pick.
Best footwork of any big guy in the country.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, so now this is the final pick of the night. It says the Washington Wizards, but this pick, Bobby, is on its way to Milwaukee.
Well, it's ironic. Milwaukee basically started the draft with the Giannis trade, and now they're going to end the draft here. And this is a Milwaukee team that drafted Brayden Burries, Nate Ament here, getting younger. Andre Jackson Jr., I believe, was picked towards the end of the second round too, and is still on that roster and has turned into a pretty nice rotational player. So we'll see where they go, if they go international, if they go stash, or they go a player they select and put on a two-way contract.
But it is appropriate bookends here for the draft.
Yeah, I will say Milwaukee has done okay in recent years getting sort of margin players. They got AJ Green and they got Ryan Rollins. You guys have really helped them. But the future of the Bucks organization and the outcome of the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade were probably decided last night with the picks that they made, Brayden Burries and Nate Ament. Those are the cornerstones that they're going to build around. The players that they got from Miami are going to be good, guys who are going to fill in the gaps. I mean, Tyler Hero has been an all-star. Obviously, Jaime Jaquez is going to be a core piece for them. But they decided to pivot. They could have gone with Jaylen Brown and immediately had a star player to play there.
Yeah.
And they thought about this for weeks, guys. They thought about for weeks, what should we do? Should we try to build through young players in the draft, or should we go for the known quantity? They chose young players in the draft. And so how they come out of these 2 days, how they come out of the development process is how we're going to find out how they're remembered for making this big Giannis trade.
And when you're looking at these two cornerstones, as Brian just mentioned, that Milwaukee has selected so far here in the first round and now looking to potentially add to that here, when you're thinking about a Nate Ament, we talked about him as someone who has enormous upside, and he certainly feels like he has something to prove.
Well, top 10 talent, and in this draft dropped down a little bit to 13, but to get Brayden Burries and then Nate Ament, that was a good night last night for Milwaukee, especially after the Giannis trade. And Nate Ament's got the ability, he's going to keep getting better, and as he gets stronger, that's the one thing he lacks right now is strength. But when players went and teams went at him this last year because they tried to be physical with him, he stood up to it and got to the free throw line a ton. He never backed down.
And I love Brayden Burries and what he brings to the table, because you're right, Ament is going to be a really, really good player. He answered the challenge of Rick Barnes and playing for a coach that really challenges you. But Brayden Burries he's NBA ready when you talk about his frame and his play style. I think that he's going to be a great role player in the NBA. And that's not a knock on him, because he's still exceptionally good, but he's going to be a great role player, that Derek White type of DNA, just defending, just doing the small things that attribute to winning.
They want to have positional size. You hear this phrase a lot. They don't just want big guys, they want big guys at each position. And both those guys fit positional size. It wouldn't surprise me if the guy they draft right here, even if he's an edge player, will have positional size. This is where they want to go going forward. This is going to be an organizational standard for them, and they started it off with those decisions last night.
A third of their roster is on rookie contracts.
Wow.
How about that?
Yeah.
The three they got from Miami, and then the two players they drafted last night.
Certainly when you think back to the 2021 NBA Finals that brought the championship back to Milwaukee for the first time in over 50 years, there are very few players, Devin Booker really went from either of those two teams, that are still on those two squads.
And it had been a very long, I think over a decade since they had a lottery pick. Okay, and the reason that happens is because they had a generational player. Yeah. They invested everything into trying to maximize that. Okay, that window's over. Now we have a new era.
And now that new era continues. The pick for Milwaukee is in. Let's see how they decide to close out this draft.
Before I announce today's final pick, I want to congratulate all these young men and their families. Thank you to ESPN for broadcasting the second round of the draft, and to our partners around the world for your continued support. And thank you to all the NBA fans watching today. We look forward to the start of NBA Summer League in Las Vegas on July 9th. With the 60th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Malique Lewis from San Fernando, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix of the NBL. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Mark. Malique Lewis, born in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's go to our international expert, Fran Fraschilla.
Nice 3-and-D guy from Trinidad and Tobago to Spain to Australia. He played for an up-and-coming Southeast Melbourne team. Remember what I said last night about Kareem Lopez? In this league, no autopsy, no foul. Physical league, well coached by an American, Josh King. Congratulations, Malique. You're getting better. He did clear some medical issues with the NBA. Everything looks good. 3-and-D at 6'8".
Yeah, he declared for the 2025 draft before withdrawing. He decided to return to Australia, and now he is the final pick in this 2026 NBA draft.
Mark Tatum's a man of the people.
Showing their appreciation for Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. We'll be back to wrap up the 2026 NBA draft.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Your favorite pizza at our best price. It's Domino's best deal ever, but it's not forever. So order now at Domino's.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West, coming alive in our shared passions, our creative pursuits. And here in Sapporo, you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
On a sofa, we watch TV. On a sofa, we find our rhythm. We read, we laugh, we live. Simply the right choice. Structube, j'adore.
Did you know salsa was invented when Puerto Ricans took Cuban rhythms to New York? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was born when the Japanese took judo to Brazil. When North African frying traditions met Spanish dough, Spain made the churro. After Jamaicans took their sound systems to the UK, the world got punk. And this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
The Chevrolet Bolt is back with faster DC charging, tech upgrades, and range to keep you going. Oh yeah, the Bolt is so back. Starting from $35,123 cash purchase price for eligible customers, the Bolt LT is Canada's lowest cash purchase price for an EV that has over 400 kilometers of estimated range.
Thanks for making mortgage rates make sense.
That's what TD Mortgage Direct is here for.
Mortgages? Let your Uncle Sal explain things. I'm good with TD. I'm good with TD. Thanks.
TD, more human.
There's nothing. We have Bounty. It's 50% more absorbent, so you can use less. And one sheet holds up better while ordinary brands fall apart. It's kind.
Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
There's going to be a short break here. The players are having their last top-up.
Dude.
The Hillman's Mail Break. Up Mail Break. Up your break game.
The hotel deal highlights from Trivago. Jurgen, this couple just saved over $100 a night on Trivago.
They got their tactics right.
Let's see it again. This hotel normally costs $310 a night, and boom, $200.
Trivago just makes it look easy. World class.
Score your own deal on Trivago when you compare hotel prices and save up to 35%.
That's what winning looks like.
Hotel Trivago.
Exciting news. Baseball is in Toronto.
We were a collection of guys and truly felt Canadian.
Who better in that moment than Joe Carter?
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
We say we got to kill him.
WWE Night of Champions comes your way Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern. You can stream it on the ESPN app with the unlimited plan, with the first hour also airing on ESPN, and you can catch it online as well on ESPN.com. Welcome back to Brooklyn. We are inside Barclays Center, and the 2026 NBA Draft just wrapped up here alongside Jay Billis, Bobby Marks, Amon Shumpert back with us, Brian Windhurst. I'm Malique Andrews. So let's decipher what we just heard, what we just saw, because some of these players we're going to see on rosters, some of them we are going to see on two-way contracts, some of them maybe we're going to see as a stash and then come back later. Bobby, when you're looking at your biggest takeaways from this second round, what are you circling?
Well, some of them we might actually see in college. I mean, I'm looking at, Fran had mentioned the player that the Clippers picked, Nagoya, who had committed, I believe, to Auburn.
He committed to Auburn. He can play at Auburn.
He can play in Auburn.
He'll make more money.
And he could. And James Najee, who the Knicks had traded for, he was the 31st pick a couple years ago. He was at Baylor this year, who was over in Spain. So I would keep an eye on some of these players these European players at the back end of the 50s, basically could go back and play in college.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, the James Najee situation, Detroit took him number 31 a couple years ago. And, people lost their minds when he got eligible at Baylor, but it was the NCAA that cleared him. Yeah. It's not like he went to court and got an injunction like Charles Bediako did. That was a different situation. But I guess that's possible. I don't think it's likely, but possible.
Two things. One, right out of the gates, the Rockets moving up 8 spots to get Bruce Thornton out of Ohio State. That's a guy that I think they want to play right now. Yep. I think you could see him having a role. Basically, that's a first-round draft pick. The second thing is this maneuver that the Hawks pulled with Henri Veesaar. Now, I don't know Henri Veesaar's game the way you college guys do, but Veesaar was going to go out of this draft. It looked like he was going to be a borderline first-round pick.
Yeah, that's where Jay had him.
What happens is when these second-round picks, the team calls the agent and they say, will you play for a two-way contract? Will you play for a two-way contract? You say no, then the teams are going to pass on him. And that's probably why Veesaar was sliding. But at some point, it looks like the Hawks and Veesaar got on the same page, had some sort of understanding, and then the Hawks made a maneuver to trade up. That is a very fascinating move. It may result in nothing. I don't know. But the Hawks made maybe the most interesting move, and they feel like they got a steal tonight.
You think they made the steal of the second round here?
I mean, I think it's a pretty darn good selection for them. And to get him at 52 when I projected him more, and I wasn't the only one, a whole bunch of people were projecting him as a late first-round pick, to get a guy with size that can rebound and also can knock down a three. Like he can step away and shoot. You're not going to get many of those guys late in the second round. So that's a coup for Atlanta.
Shump, your takeaway?
I like him. That was one of the guys that I was looking at. I had to put together more highlights than anything to really develop what I thought his game could be and what it translates into in the NBA. But I told you that classic big man stuff that people do, that stuff shines in the league, especially right now. The league is turning back into that. You can get into your true position and just stay physical.
We're just wrapping up here the 2026 NBA Draft, but on the other side, we're going to be joined by the general manager of the Washington Wizards. They selected AJ Dybantsa with the number 1 pick last night. Let's go inside that thinking and what comes next for the franchise.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Pizza at our best price. It's our best price. It's Domino's best deal ever, but it's not forever. So order now at
Domino's.
With
the help of mini wheats, this family filled up with a high-fiber breakfast. From there,
No matter how you play your game, sometimes the best play is a pause. So you can choose next. Take a pause. Play with
We are the first team in history to win back-to-back promotions.
Nobody in their wildest dreams expected us to go back-to-back-to-back.
What world are we living in here?
Wrexham is definitely back to being the underdog. We are now fighting to play in the Premier League.
And go back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back at it again.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, da.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal, and you deserve something you love. Because it's where big and little ones too. This is your car. And oh, it's okay. We're good. And you're going big places. Wait, where are you going? At Car Gurus, we get it. With deal ratings and a massive selection of vehicles, we make sure your big deal is the best deal. Car Gurus.
Introducing Subway's wannabe spicy menu. From mild piri-piri ranch chicken to wild hot honey chicken to wicked Nashville-style deli. All on new ghost pepper bread with fiery flavors like new hot honey sauce. How spicy do you want to be?
At the table, we eat. We put down our screens. Well, we try. We win, we lose. At the table, we savor every moment. Simply the right choice. Structube, j'adore.
Are you just gonna glue a piece of plastic over my old tub?
It's a myth. The PermaFit system is a laser-measured custom premium acrylic directly over your existing tub or shower with seamless walls, and it's all backed by a lifetime warranty. Book your free consultation today.
Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. The sweet scent of a honeymoon in Fiji. Moisturize with vitamin B3.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
Ooh, can you get my bag?
Cause it feels
Right, here we go.
Not all Canadians are nice. Don't do it. But at Betano, our players sure are. Join in the fun at Betano.
Expect more with Clutch Cars.
Hey, Jim, you've got the wrong car. This one failed inspection.
Oh, what now?
Why don't you explain why we're not selling this one while our mechanics bring one in that's certified?
Right, okay. Well, every car must pass Clutch's full 210-point inspection, or they won't sell it. Only Clutch demands higher quality standards, more mechanics on every car, and you've got 10 days to love it or return it.